Thank you. We, unfortunately for the audience, we had some technical issues. All right. We had some technical issues. Apologize for that. We are going to restart. We are still on item 3, discussion of the modifications as proposed to the Connect service. I'm going to ask Chris Newport just to give us a very short recap of what was covered for the audience, and then we'll continue where we were. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the public listening in, what we've covered so far in item 3 is we have reviewed the approach that Accenture VIA and DCTA staff utilized to review the performance of the Connect service, as well as GoZone service for the months of September and October, as well as going back to FY19 and FY20 to be able to characterize that performance to the board, as well as to develop recommendations to the board for alternatives to curtailing Connect routes besides routes 3 and 7. In December, we have just been reviewing information that consolidates GoZone ridership for the months of September and October in the form of a heat map overlaid with the Denton and Louisville Connect fixed route network, as well as a discussion on the distribution of GoZone trips by distance. And we will pick it up from there with Alex and Ari from VIA.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I think we can go to the next slide. I think we finished this point. So we wanted to just
Got a question. Just one quick question on that previous slide. Do we have the ability to break that out by district? So the Denton district versus the Highland Village Louisville district?
Yes, we definitely can.
Okay, I'd love to see that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can follow. So we wanted to summarize some of the key takeaways from what we've reviewed thus far and looking at the data on the existing network. I think one point, Connect and GoZone ridership both continue to be, in our view, to be quite strong. GoZone ridership is growing quite quickly and seems to be continuing to grow. And so that's a trend we expect to continue, and even beyond some of the data we've looked at here in the last couple of weeks has continued. As we mentioned, the majority of GoZone trips we do not think could be served by the existing fixed route network as it exists today, based on the analysis we've done. And importantly, fixed route continues to appear to be a mode of choice for a reliable base of DCTA's customers. And if you look at the ridership of the two modes together, it appears that the overall network is actually growing ridership quite a bit and is accessing new use cases and likely new riders themselves since the launch of GoZone. From an efficiency perspective, GoZone is definitely providing coverage to new areas, as you can see in the heat maps. That's true seemingly throughout the districts. But there does appear to be some opportunity, as we'd likely expect at this early stage in the service, to improve the efficiency of the GoZone service in certain ways. We're going to get into some of our recommendations for how we might go about doing that next. And we also think there's some opportunities to continue to allow the Connect and GoZone services to be even more integrated, leveraging probably pricing and some things we can do with the technology. Lastly, we think there is an opportunity, and first of all, we think that the decision by the board to launch the GoZone service has really allowed DCTA to access a whole new set of riders. So and to grow ridership to levels that very few agencies or cities are seeing around the United States. So we sort of commend the board for that decision. We think really the results are quite good, and we think we can continue to improve this by integrating the networks sort of even further. Anything to add, Chris?
Only just the second bullet that you see here under service enhancement through collaboration. We'd recommend to the board as not an immediate action, but as you consider, and if you choose to adopt the alternative service and move into a more deliberate multimodal planning phase, where Connect and GoZone might complement each other go forward, then reviewing the branding and promotional strategy to emphasize, to really call out the complementary nature and educate riders on how they might use both services together, as opposed to the deliberate and understandable decision with the Go Zone launch, kind of advocating that as this is what you use for demand response kind of only, and not really mentioning how it could be used in a complementary nature with Connect or vice versa. Okay. Quickly here, I think we've hit on a number of these throughout the discussion so far, but moving into the recommended service changes in this portion of the recommendation, four key pillars to the recommendations. Number one, a redesigned fixed route network as a bridge for the short term. That's the way that it's contemplated, as a potential bridge. The short term changes, excuse me, as a potential bridge to more deliberate analysis to be performed through later into the fiscal year, and be able to leverage additional data, additional modeling scenarios, and understand what other service parameter changes could be optimized. To those service parameter optimizations, configuring the Go Zone app in ways that Alex and Ari are going to get into here momentarily, to highlight the intermodal and multimodal capabilities of a potential network, adjusting the pricing as we've discussed, and then deploying the technology to optimize the modes operation together. Anything to add? Okay. Next slide, please, Justin. Thank you. Okay. Quickly, just depicting on the screen here in the blue color, you can see the proposed Denton Connect route profiles in whole. We are excluding UNT service on this slide. The light gray is the current Denton Connect route profiles taken together. So I think quick observations, what you can see is that the routes, obviously the boundaries generally have been brought in. So it's a tighter network, east, west, and north, south, as well as there's increased connectivity, both northwest and east, north, south, east, west, excuse me, in the downtown Denton area, as well as additional direct connections, north-south direct connections in Denton. And the primary arterial trunks, east-west trunks, are still addressed by the proposed Connect routes. We'll go to the next slide. We'll take a look at Louisville. So what we can see here is Connect routes 21 and 22, again depicted in light gray as it stands today, the current state of those route profiles, and then again in blue, the recommended revised routes. And what this has become essentially is in effect, Louisville Connect 22 has been converted in the proposed route profile to two distinct circulators that have good east-west connectivity, are more optimized with the A-train schedule, integrated, I should say, with the A-train schedule, and still perform well given the overlay of the Go Zone utilization, is an opportunity to complement folks that could use Go Zone as well as Connect to potentially utilize the A-train to greater effect. Anything to add, Jeff? Okay, this is admittedly an eye chart. But what this slide depicts is for each of the current routes, the current hours of service, when the first departure occurs, when the last departure occurs, the frequency or the headway of the current route, and then the number of round trips. So each of those dimensions for the current routes and what has been recommended. So general observation, not gonna drain this, but generally speaking, the frequency has increased. So the headways have decreased generally across the board. The number of round trips on each route generally increases across the board, and the hours of operation has been restricted, besides the route profile itself. I'm just speaking to the schedule now. Besides the route profile themselves being constrained. And lastly, I'll ask Raymond for his thoughts, is that the number of vehicles that are proposed to be utilized to provide this service in several different instances are fewer than what the board adopted in its FY22 budget. For instance, Route 7 in the adopted budget assumes that 4 vehicles will serve that route across the day. Same for Louisville Connect Route 22. Those vehicles today are actually, those routes, excuse me, today are actually being served by 2 buses. And in the proposed Route 7, just examples. In Route 7, that would, for most of the day, Route 7 would be served by one vehicle in this proposal, with the exception of the midday peak period, in which case you would add a vehicle to Route 7. Route 22 would be served by 1 vehicle. So the budget, the operating cost of their proposed is lower than what the board adopted for the current state service earlier this year.
Chris, can you explain, and maybe you already have, my apologies for stepping out for that, why there's a Route 5?
Yes, sir. And maybe going back to the point about rebranding and the promotion, we preserved the route numbers just to facilitate the conversation with the board. Route 5 is the result of the new Route 5, which is not the same as the DCTA, the Denton Connect previous Route 5, but is a decomposition essentially of what was a much larger Route 4 into 2 distinct routes that are tighter so that you can get improved frequency. So if you remember the data on the time of day, Route 4 is one of those that met the productivity threshold, as well as serving a few important geographic areas that meet several different equity indicator thresholds. But the recommendation recognizes that given the population density, et cetera, that there was an opportunity to improve the frequency of the service, the availability and the reliability of the service in those transit supportive population density areas by breaking that route up into 2. Does that
Yes.
make the point?
And is the same also true for Route 21, 22?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The current frequency, was that calculated kind of taking into account our current poor on-time performance?
Yeah, it's scheduled frequency.
Okay,
is
that's
what you see.
scheduled frequency, not actual frequency. Okay,
Correct.
all right, thank you. And well, I guess, I don't know, is there any reason to think, given the fact that we're not currently meeting on-time performance goals, that the proposed headways are unattainable, or do you feel that the proposed headways are something that can be achieved with current staffing levels?
I'll invite Via and Raymond or anyone else from staff to offer their point of view after I offer mine. I believe they're achievable. Obviously, there are factors outside of DCTA's control that can impact on-time performance, road construction, et cetera. But going back to the forcing function that I described earlier, which is the number of available operators that DCTA has today, that is what the route schedule was designed against, right? As well as the number of vehicles. I don't think I have anything else to add. I don't know if
The longer the routes, the more opportunity are to get off schedule, if you will. So by going through the exercise of shortening the routes, increasing the frequency, matching, to Chris's point, matching the available workforce, can we guarantee it? No, because there's so many variables that are out there, but this is going to provide a much more consistent delivery of service. So that would be the intent.
you'd be more likely in this construct to achieve more reliable on-time performance than in the current. Excuse me, Jim.
Forecasted opinion.
The way that we typically would look at that from a transit planning perspective, it's a very consistent way that planners across the U.S. look at things, is on-time performance and frequency are critical to sustaining ridership. Sustaining ridership and growing ridership, you have to increase the availability of the service. And so by increasing availability, the logic would suggest that because it's more frequent, more available, more people would use it. The other forcing function here is that if we start thinking about this as a integrated system, that you would be moving people onto a fixed route system from a shorter trip from GO zone. So naturally, the unlinked trips should go up in a integrated system.
I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Yes, yes, you may.
Okay, thanks. You had talked before about the concern with the length, how many longer trips we had. And while I totally understand the idea of tightening in the bus schedule, that looked to me on the diagram like you're going to increase the length of the GO zone trips. Is that valid, or is that an issue or not?
So I think the way we have thought about it is that we were looking at within the GO zone service specifically, the trips that are shorter tend to be more efficient. That doesn't mean that there aren't some long trips that can't be best served by GO zone. That's definitely the case, that there are going to be some longer trips that aren't effectively served or are very difficult to be served sort of with the fixed route network. So some of those longer trips we would still want to serve. But I think what we'd want to do through incentives, maybe around pricing, through making the fixed route options more available, in some cases through creating trips, and maybe this gets at your point, through creating trips that are linked, that are partially GO zone, that take you to the Connect service. We'd want to be able to use the modes most efficiently, holistically between the two types of services. So I don't think that would necessarily mean that you send all longer trips to GO zone, but rather that between the two of them, you're sending the right long trips to be used on the right mode.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, we'll go ahead, continue.
Okay, thank you, Justin. This slide simply depicts the proposed Denton Connect service cleanly on the map with no additional overlays. Next slide, please. Again, just demonstrating how it might connect with the university service, given that that's also open to the general public to be utilized as well. Louisville Connect, the proposed configurations by itself. And then getting into the service parameters.
Thanks, Chris. So this sort of screenshot on the right is sort of a screenshot of the current version of the GO zone app. One thing I wanted to point out is that you can see, and they're a little bit small on this slide, but you can see little black circles that are highlighted on that map. Those are what we call points of interest. And so there are a variety of points of interest that are currently labeled in the app. Those include some transit hubs, but also some other sort of general points of interest, shopping centers, and places like that. One thing that we think we can do, and this is technology that's already deployed in the app and is relatively easy for us to update. One thing we can do is better highlight other transit connection points in the app to facilitate a more integrated overall system. So if we want to specifically encourage the types of trips that might take people on a short GO zone trip to get to the fixed route network so they can go on a longer journey on the Connect service, we would be able to encourage that through this mode. And what it allows you to do is both see those points of interest and also book them with a single click in the app.
How does that work with overlap? So for example, the Route 7 area. right now we have a situation where riders absolutely will pay for convenience. 75 cents versus 0. So how does this help that issue?
Yeah, so I think this is designed specifically. I would say this is one of several different solutions. We'll get into a solution a little bit later for how you can actually specifically display linked trips as a proposal. I would say that the issue you're talking about, we think probably would be best addressed with price. And we've, there are different ways to try to create the right incentives for riders to use the right modes within the system. Right now, there is not a very strong price incentive. In fact, the price incentive is somewhat, we would say, inverted, right, as Chris was mentioning earlier. Rather than limit the trips that one can take on GoZone altogether, which we find generally when you sort of limit a trip altogether, it starts to create a quite confusing rider experience. On the other hand, we've historically found that riders respond to and understand very easily a price incentive, right? They generally get it, and for the most part, transit riders are relatively price sensitive. And so for that specific issue, I think we would recommend specifically addressing that with price.
So with this in the app, would it display you can go connect, it'll cost you $1.50, or you can take this two-step, will it display that for folks, or they got to figure that out?
Yeah, I think maybe we can go down to slide 20.
And if you're going to get to it, just tell me, TJ.
Yeah, we're going to get to it in 2 minutes. So why don't we get there?
Awesome.
That's a great question. We're going to show you exactly what we'd recommend. I don't know, Raymond, if you have anything to add.
Some of the work and you'll see in the presentation a little bit later, why we're proposing what we are. When you look at a heat map and you see dots along a fixed route, it's easy to think, well, that GoZone trip is competing with fixed route. What we haven't looked at yet is the actual origin and destination of each one of those dots. So if you think about them being outside of a quarter of a mile, it may have been that trip wound up, not may have been. The majority of the fixed route tends to follow where most people want to go. So shopping centers, points of interest, Walmart, grocery stores. Those GoZone trips that are off fixed route will likely want to go to those same places. So I think that's the additive nature of what we're seeing is that you're still seeing strong ridership on the fixed route, but you're also seeing additional new rides that are going to some of those same destinations. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
So I noticed, in the presentation, you talk about including in the GoZone app points of interest that include, fixed route and the Connect service. And I suspect I know the answer to this, but I just want to confirm, is your vision to also include rail stops and rail connectivity in that?
Yes.
Excellent, thanks.
I think we can go to the next slide. So the next, and we've been alluding to this, I think, for a little while. The next sort of lever we wanted to talk about to continue to build a more integrated system is how we use price. And we'll start by saying that we wanted to open the discussion around the pricing topic as we think it's one that is a little more complicated than we would want to, that obviously the board would want to think through its recommendations on. But we wanted to have a discussion of the general types of pricing strategies we think could be effective to build a more integrated, holistic, multimodal system. And so when pricing can be a powerful tool to redesign a service and incentivize the right types of trips to be taken on the right modes. I think DCTA likely has a few goals in mind that we were contemplating when we were thinking about how to design a price strategy that might work here. One is promoting connections to the fixed route network, which we've talked about. Two is to maximize the utilization of the given GoZone fleet, right? So to utilize those vehicles as effectively and efficiently as possible. Three is to make sure that the fixed route is the preferred mode when it is the right mode on offer, right? And so right now, as we talked about, the fixed route is actually more expensive than the Go Zone service, which is inverted, right? And we did that. I think the board recommended that strategy for a reason. We were launching a new service, and very often to get people's attention and drive ridership at the beginning of a service, promotional pricing is a great strategy for doing that, and that seems to be working, which is a great outcome. But in the long term, that inversion is probably not something that incentivizes fixed route as strongly. So we'd recommend addressing that. And then lastly, to hit the point which I was making a little bit earlier in response to Mayor Gilmore's question, is that price is typically, in our experience, a very well understood and easy way for riders to understand what the incentives are in a system, more so than a complicated service design or restricting certain types of trips. And so how might price be used to achieve some of these goals? I think one is less expensive trips to main transit hubs. So if you're taking a trip to a hub, your trip is cheaper than other forms of trips. Two is pricing differentially by distance or by the type of trip that you're actually taking. So longer trips or trips to certain areas can cost more. Three is setting the right trips relative to other forms of transit. And so setting the prices for Go Zone to be at or above the price for the Connect service. And then lastly, selecting something that is reasonably easy for the general public to understand. Go to the next slide. So a potential structure that we would propose here, there are a couple of concepts. One is a hub discount. So that would be providing rides to hubs that are discounted relative to other trips. Second is the distance-based pricing scheme that I alluded to, where you pay either per mile or you pay in different distance tiers. We would recommend in this case, given what we understand DCTA's goals to be, and what we would recommend as an overall strategy, to pursue a combination of these two strategies. And we think this can be done sort of in combination. Go to the next slide, we'll show what that looks like. So this would be $1.50, and this is an example. So just to highlight, this is an example of how this could work. $1.50 base fare for the Go Zone service. And that base fare price would apply if you're connecting to a specific Connect transit hub. And then prices for Go Zone trips that aren't connecting to transit hubs would be anywhere from $1.50 to $6, depending on the distance spectrum. Again, this is an example, but we're not necessarily saying that $6 is exactly the right price, or that the 50 cents per mile that we put here is exactly the right pricing scheme to use. I think that's something we'd have to study a little bit more and work with the DCTA staff to determine. But we do think that this general concept is one that could achieve some of the goals that we've outlined. And then the last piece would be setting the price of the Go Zone service relative to the fixed route service to be sort of aligned correctly. So that might mean making the Connect service the same price as that starting base Go Zone price of $1.50. It might even be making it lower. It depends, I guess, on the overall revenue and budget goals that the DCTA and the board have.
Sorry to nitpick, but so I'm seeing the caption here, rides with origin and destination at a hub are priced at a flat $1.50. Should that be more like an or than an and?
Yes,
Yeah.
that should be or.
There we go. Yeah, because if both the origin and the destination are at a hub, then fixed route would obviously be the preferred.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Great. And then the last point we wanted to talk about is how technology can also be implemented as part of the strategy. And so one other feature of the software that we've deployed with some of the other services that we run is something that we call intermodal trip plan. And what this allows this allows an agency or a city to do that is pursuing a comprehensive multimodal strategy like the one we're recommending here, is to actually show full multimodal journeys within the microtransit. And so you can see here on the right side, what we're showing here is a proposal for a fixed route trip. In this case would be a Connect trip inside as another alternative to a Go Zone trip in the app where Go Zone rides are booked. And even more importantly, would also not just show trips that can be taken solely on fixed route, but would show journeys that can be partially Go Zone and then partially fixed route. So we call the former a multimodal proposal. So we're showing both fixed route solo trips next to Go Zone trips, and then also journeys that would have a Go Zone component and a fixed route component. We think both of these can actually encourage visibility of the full network and the full options in the network, and provide riders with the real-time understanding of what is the most efficient way to achieve that trip, right? So we'll show the estimated time to your destination from doing a trip solely on Go Zone or solely on fixed route, or doing one of these combination trips. And to your earlier question, Mayor Gilmore, this is where we can also display price, right? So you would be able to see the price of the relative options side by side and be able to clearly understand that different price incentive of the two mode options.
Alex, is this functionality you already have in the application?
This is functionality we already have. This is not new software to build. It would take us, as I think we've shared with you, some amount of time to set it up and configure it for DCTA, but it is functionality that's already live in some of the other cities we work with.
Questions?
I have a question. How effective is it in those other communities?
Yeah, so I think we've generally seen a very positive response to this in other communities. I don't know exactly how you would measure effectiveness, but
Do people use it a lot, or is it a gadget that no one uses?
great question. We don't want to build gadgets that no one uses. For
Well,
sure.
but sometimes we do.
Yeah. Sure. No, it definitely has been effective, and I think it's been very effective at helping people better understand the full network, and people are definitely using the different proposal types. And so, to be clear, what we would not be advocating here is that you have to go and book a seat on your Connect bus, fixed route bus, every time that you get on that. What it does is it shows you that option, and it shows you the timetable on which that bus is set to arrive. So you have visibility into that. You would not have to reserve a seat. We would not be changing how you use the Connect service. But we've generally seen that that this functionality is used quite heavily in cities where we deploy.
I think this functionality is also consistent with what you see across the industry. The Go Zone app is another application where you're doing trip planning. People are trying to figure out how to get around the region. So most software providers in the industry, technology providers, are moving in this direction toward getting total trip planning, and then options for different pricing options depending on whether time is more important to you or your financial condition doesn't allow for you to take a $6 or $7 trip, and so that's really down to the consumer decision. So I think this is very consistent with what you see across the industry.
Question, Mr. Chairman. So,
Yes.
is the, and your basis
Generally speaking, yes, I think that's right. I think what we try to do is use the price and the way that the proposals are shown in the app to make sure that fixed route is the preferred mode when it is the best mode to serve a given trip.
so it wouldn't be a mandatory situation where it would definitely overlap in all conditions, but you would utilize a price point to determine whether you want to use Go Zone or a fixed route if you're in an area that is served by a fixed route. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, I think that's accurate. And ultimately, the choice would be with the user at the end of the day, which we have generally found has been the sort of best way to design these systems, is to give the user choice, but to give them incentives to guide that choice.
Does that create other problems in the Go Zone arena, if you will? You talked earlier about the length of the trips. 36% of the trips were over 3 miles. You're at that point, you're not reducing any of those long Go Zone trips. That'd be correct if you're still providing overlapping service within a fixed route area.
We would definitely expect that the percentage of long trips, if you were to adopt a distance-based pricing scheme based on, we've adopted these types of schemes in a number of our other cities that we work in, we would definitely expect the percentage of trips that are long to go down, almost certainly. So we've never seen a case where that hasn't changed. There's maybe a question of exactly how much, but usually it's been a fairly meaningful change.
Any other questions?
I'll throw one in there. Kind of like this. It's kind of more Star Trek-y when I do it this way. and maybe you guys are going to address this, but we have a neighbor to the south that does not allow overlap. He spent the better part of 2 years designing a system for the city of Dallas that exclusively blocks these two out for geofencing for the microtransit and then pushing everybody onto the longer connections. Could you guys, if you don't have this, could you maybe speak to that and why you see a difference? Because quite frankly, I'm looking to them for leadership and best practices, and this is different from what they're doing.
No, I just want to make sure that from a response perspective, there are other transit agencies that are adopting on demand. And they're doing one of two things. They're either serving an area that's never been served, or they're replacing fixed route with on demand. And that's been the trend that you.
Well, and Dallas's model, to be clear, is a hub and spoke model. You've got a microtransit zone that feeds to a fixed route.
Correct. Yes.
And they do not overlap. I can't say, oh, you know what, I want to go there and just do it goes up. That's not even an option from my understanding of DART.
So we tend to think about transit moving across a linear scale of innovation. On demand hasn't been around that long. I mean, there's been access, there's been other types of services, but these platforms allow real-time integration of services and aggregation of people and moving them across areas hasn't been out there that long. So there's a natural, hey, let's take that on demand, let's deploy it where it either hasn't been, or let's replace more costly service. More to the point, let's replace more costly service with something that's more efficient. That's a natural cadence. So why is it that DIA feels that the two could coexist? I think it's another way to think about why aren't we
I believe they
proposing-
can. I believe they can coexist. But if I want to get the most efficiency for my dollars, why would an overlap be superior or inferior to a hub and spoke model that allows the DART model?
Yeah, so I can share at least our thoughts on this. I think a couple. First is, in our experience, there's a trade-off between allowing the users the most choice, allowing the users a system that is easy enough to understand, and the ridership that comes along with the system that is easy to understand and promotes that choice. And generally speaking, and I think there's a continuum there, right, that you could design your system on, and that takes into account things like whether you sort of very tightly restrict the geographic constraints of how you design your system, the price you offer, the way you show these sorts of features in the app. And so there's definitely a spectrum. In our experience, in getting that balance right, it is generally better to, for getting the balance right between ridership and efficiency, to use prices as the lever that controls user choice, rather than putting hard constraints on where you can use the service. Now, ultimately, that depends, of course, on DCTA and the board's goals on where you want to fall in that ridership versus efficiency spectrum. And so we wouldn't purport to say this is the only way that DCTA should do it, right? We ultimately can deliver on either, but it depends ultimately on what all of your goals are. I will say though that we have seen that if you restrict usage in the way that, say, DART has built their system, the overall number of use cases that you can serve definitely decreases, and the ridership definitely decreases. And that's because it's a more difficult to understand system overall when you have sort of tightly restricted either through particular zones or particular trip lengths. It's a more difficult system to understand. And also, you start to create cases that aren't that well served, right? So you might say, if you said we're only going to serve particular zones that connect with the fixed route, well, some people might want to go on a trip that isn't that well served from a very outer part of the service all the way into the downtown in one mode, and might be willing to pay for that, right? And that's actually a trip that makes sense for the agency to serve if they're willing to pay higher amount or something like that. So there are edge cases that inevitably get sort of blocked out. That might be ones that would have served the goals effectively. But ultimately, that as I said, is sort of depends on where I think the board wants to fall on the efficiency versus promoting ridership spectrum. The other thing I'll say is that I do think the conditions, and I think conditions between what a city like Dallas is trying to do and what DCTA is trying to do, if I understand goals correctly, are a little bit different, right? Their network is more robust, has higher frequency, right? And so fixed route as sort of in terms of frequency and reliability of alternative in a network that has that amount of service deployed is different than what is currently in DCTA's Connect service, right? And what is being contemplated here. And so I think that is also one other thing to consider, is just sort of like what are the goals of the service, what are the goals of the system, and what does the actual fixed route network look like, right? And theirs is obviously a larger one.
Right. And to flip that just a little bit, because we're focused on the really long rides, do you have, or have you envisioned in this setup is, I've got a really short ride that can be served by both modalities. Can we price incentivize to move to the fixed route versus running around in that little, I get that there's that, but if I want my dollars to go farther, I need to be hitting that 10 riders per hour across the entire day. And so those little mini rides that are right off of a fixed route, can we incentivize that as well?
So I think the way you do that is by having the base price for fixed route just be lower than the starting price for the GoZone service. So I think we should, if you go back a couple of slides, I think we would recommend, right, that even from a starting point, if you're doing a trip of the same distance, the fixed route price is simply lower than the GoZone price.
Well, and I'm concerned about that specifically because we have a 0 versus 75 cents, and I get that we need to look at where they're originating versus where they're going to, but we do have a data set, I think, that will show people are willing to pay 75 cents versus 0 with an overlap of services. So that's why I will never underestimate how much people will pay for convenience. Never, ever. It could be $10 and people are going to do it if it gets them from here to there 10 minutes faster than the fixed route. I'm exaggerating, but
I would certainly do that as well. I think what we're seeing from the data is that there's people that don't have that additional discretionary input.
and it's definitely a segment of the population. Yeah.
And then the other thing that we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of, I want to make sure that I understand the point you make. When you say 0, you're talking about the UNT service that UNT students are using GoZone in spite or instead of UNT service. I don't know that there's enough analysis. Those routes for UNT, I know well because I've spent a lot of time with UNT over the years. Those are specifically shuttles to get students to and from specific destinations on campus. The interesting thing that we're seeing, which is exciting not only for us but UNT, is that the livability, if you will, for the students to be able to take an inexpensive ride that's off of those shuttles is, I think, a lot of the growth that we're seeing. It's students taking trips that aren't on the fixed route network, or they may be on the fixed route network, but I think there's a lot of new growth that we're seeing from those students riding the system to a lot of different destinations.
Anecdotally, I'm also getting the ability to study for an extra 30 minutes or take an extra nap. I have 3 kids in college right now. And so there's some unintended consequences there too, because of the efficiency of GoZone versus the fixed route. They can kind of plan their timing a bit better.
Well,
Just again, anecdotal, but
Let's go ahead and get on to this. I want to get to the recommendations. I want to get some discussion on it. So let's wrap up this so we can get into what the ask is.
Okay, let's talk about recommendations then. We are nearing the end of our portion of the
next slide.
item. Could we go to just the previous slide? Thank you. Okay. What we'd suggest as a recommendation to the default situation that the board has, which is curtailment of the connect routes with the exception of 3 and 7. If the board decides to move forward in this direction to preserve connect service as recommended in the near term, we'd suggest a number of different things. Obviously, you could see where we are with the December time point today and the discussion that you are about to have regarding the recommendations. What we'd suggest is that we'd recommend to the board is if you're interested in adopting the proposal or something very similar to the proposal, that it will take time due to a number of different regulatory or contractual requirements, as well as infrastructure change, signage, installation, those types of things. So we've depicted the implementation of the recommendation as no later than March of the proposed routes. No later than March is the way that we've depicted it. And if you don't think we were being a bit too clever here, but intentionally chose the icon there as the bridge. This is the recommendations are not contemplated to be the final answer for the Connect service with respect to the configurations of the routes. We've talked at the last board meeting, and I know in the intervening period, about different fixed route profiles altogether, more along the lines of potential circulators, et cetera, that type of thing. But there simply just wasn't enough time between the October board meeting with the default decision coming in a few days to get to that point. But we'd say implement in March, by March, the recommended fixed route. By March is when the promotional fare period will expire. So we'd suggest reviewing the fare schedules, the opportunities to refine the pricing relationship, and the structure for Go Zone and between Go Zone and Connect, and review, discuss, and ultimately adopt a new pricing construct in that March timeframe, as well as review, discuss, and adopt a refined set of service standards, going back to the discussion that you all had in October about your desire or lack thereof to be route planners, as opposed to adopting policy that dictates what route decisions, how route decisions and service decisions will be made. And then the joint teams would be working between December, March, ultimately with an eye towards the June timeframe, to bring back to the board a refreshed, more robust, greater degree of analysis than on 2 months of data for additional changes to route profiles, refined parameters for Connect, potentially more for Go Zone, with an eye towards going into FY23, a more steady state, robust, integrated, multimodal service network. And obviously September beginning the next fiscal year, and being an opportunity to, again, review performance, a good natural touch point to review performance, see where things are, and make adjustments as needed as you move into the next fiscal year. And then final slide from us on the next page here. In summary, we've depicted the recommended revised Connect route profiles and schedules. You can see the schedules underneath number 2 there. And then the next item that the board will consider, regular item 4, would be the budget amendment, which again we've summarized here under the 2 options, as well as the implications for the contribution to that regular item by the Louisville Connect service and the Denton Connect service as proposed. The only thing that I'll comment on, and I know Marissa and Raymond are going to get into this more on the next item, but just on this slide, just note that until the new service is implemented, what you see under option 1, that assumes essentially the adopted budget would, that is the basis for the estimation going through March, because you wouldn't have really changed the route, the profile, or the schedule yet, which I think, again, that is not the current state of operations today. Louisville Connect 22 is not being operated with 4 buses today. It's being operated with 2 vehicles. It'll be operated with 1 vehicle in the future. So my point being that is a conservative estimate from my point of view in terms of what would be needed for option 1, option 2. But that would, Raymond, you have something to add there.
I think what words we choose, option 1, option 2. Option 1 really is a phase gate, just from a financial perspective. How do we get the new routes that have been proposed in that new schedule is deployed. As Chris mentioned, there's some physical changes that have to happen. We have to bag signs, we have to move them. Some of these buses are going to go down different streets, and of course, if we keep with the nomenclature of Route 5, we certainly need to brand those and put those new signs out on that way. So option one really is to get us to March. There's a lot of things that we've just talked about as far as trip planning and pricing and all those things. The intent is to not stop having conversations with the board. We need to come back before the end of March with this collective group to propose and recommend the changes in pricing and pricing strategies around the routes, the hubs, how they connect. We would continue that process through about June. Part of that process after March is to do a comprehensive operational analysis, which basically means thinking about all the routes that we currently have, how we would modify them to optimize the fixed route and go zone, and to layer in the pricing, to layer in the application, the software changes, and then to communicate to the general public the changes that are coming, and then also do some public training around how to use the new app. All that would happen before we say we're plant the flag and say we're completed, which would be proposed in September. So option two gets us all the way to that new vision, that new implementation strategy. Option one really is just a phase gate to say we achieved the initial portion of this, which was to implement the new schedules and the new route.
I neglected to make a point that I wanted to call out to the board, and it builds a little bit on the question that Councilmember McGuire asked earlier, which is that the schedule, the screenshot of the schedule under number 2 there is, while it utilizes the current available number of operators to DCTA, that 16 to operate that schedule. Yeah, another way to view that is it relies on 16 operators to provide that service and that schedule along those route profiles. So the risk being, right, that a failure to retain operators puts the fulfillment of that schedule and the potential improved performance, and therefore reasonably expected improvement to ridership outside of seasonality factors that we should expect to happen, right? So I would say among the options and the signal the signal is important and has been contributing to the risk. I think we recognize that and the risk materializing as an issue in terms of operator shortages. So one of the options, specifically option 2, mitigates that specific risk. There are more factors that go into making the decision, but I think it's worthwhile to call out the fact that you are relying on the current number of operators to be able to fulfill what's been proposed. No other comments from me.
So we're going to go ahead and begin kind of deliberating on the side. Let me start by kind of helping. We have today prior direction from the all for 3 and 7 programs. Now it's also my understanding, I recall these conversations we had earlier, that when we went to go zone, we did equity discussion. That equity DCTA process determined that microtransit was not actually infringing on the equity of riders. That was part of the decision that the board made back in the summer. I recall correctly, when we first brought to the recommendation was to replace all the routes and subsequently we had discussions that we went
Excuse me, it's impossible to hear the speaker right now.
Yeah, yeah, I'm getting texted that they can't hear you either, so.
Hello, can you hear me now? Oh, okay, so we made the policy decision that was made back in July was that we were going to move away from fixed routes to microtransit. So that's what is the policy direction. So I say that so that the board understands that's a current policy. And since we're here to make policy, that's what you need to debate and consider. Changing policies is something different. Some type of hybrid system where we have both. So, but our current policy is really to move away from fixed routes. Now, it's true that in October, the direction was go back and look at it and let the numbers and the science tell us what to do. So I'll have other comments, but I'm going to kind of reserve that for later. I'll let the board members discuss. So I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to speak. So I'm going to start with Diane over here. I'm going to move through the board members, then I'm going to ask the alternatives if they have any opportunity, and then we'll go from there. So let me start with Diane, see what her thoughts and comments are.
Yeah, I think there were presumptions about what the pandemic was going to do and what it wasn't going to do. Yeah, so initially we had that conversation in July. I think what prompted our conversation in October, for various reasons, a resolution from Denton, different variables that were happening between the fixed routes and the go zone. For instance, we didn't have enough drivers, so our fixed routes were taking longer. And I have a granddaughter that will be graduating next week from UNT, and she says it's because those buses were not on time, right? Because we didn't have the drivers. So, so I think what we realized that we did do something unique here, because I don't know how often VIA has really taken on and changing everything at once. I mean, I think this was kind of unique, all the, combining Louisville and Highland Village and then Denton and all those things. I think what we've seen is that, and this is what prompted the conversation, and we charged our CEO and staff and the consultants with going back and looking at what the fixed route combination would be. I am very much a complementary person. On one side of Highland Village, we have a super Walmart. On the other side, we have a very unique group of retail, and they complement each other. I know there are bus people who, in Denton specifically, who will prefer to stay on fixed routes. I think the complementary process is what we've talked about and is talked about all over the nation, which is the multimodal process. One shoe does not fit all. And I think what we've seen here, for me, has been the complementary putting together. If you look at DART, I think they have the GoLink, something similar, right? So here we go. I mean, it's not like it's strictly unique to us. I think it warrants, the data continuing to be gathered. I was never a big proponent of, certainly not of 2 weeks, not that much of 90 days. I don't feel like you have the opportunity to really get the data that is needed. I think option 2 for me is the more realistic. And what was the goal of this board? moving people? Does this option move people? And so Highland Village, right? We don't have the bus routes. I'm on a board of the county, the Denton County Transportation Authority. Yes, I speak with my mayor and my city manager weekly almost, but that's not my only job. My job as a board member is to make decisions that are not just best for Highland Village, that are best for the county as a whole and mobility. And because our needs are very different from yours. And yeah, we certainly don't put the money that y'all, the other two member cities do, but hell, we don't have a lot of the stuff either. But it's because we believe in this transportation. This is an opportunity for us to look at a more holistic, a better time of data gathering. And I just see that it is a very complementary process. I mean, we thought the pandemic was going to have issues that it didn't have. I know that some of you cities felt like your sales tax were going to dip to record amounts, and they didn't. We have a lot of liquor stores, so ours stayed pretty good. But at the end of the day, this is what we charged our CEO, our staff, our consultants. No offense to you, Chris, but I was not even a big proponent of doing all this, but I'm so glad we did. I think y'all have earned your money, but do we move people? And that's the position of transportation. And do we move it in an efficient, effective, and the multimodal process gives everyone in our county. Because yes, we have member cities in the county. Remember, the county's here because the county put in some money for transportation, and that rarely represented all of Denton County. So we are here to make decisions, not for my city, in my opinion, for me. It's not just for what's best for my city, but what's best for this county. And so I will say that I am a big supporter of our option 2. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sam, you want to go next?
Sure. I think leading up to this meeting, I've had discussions with several folks, and the primary objection that I've heard to this proposal is cost. And I think it's certainly true that we want to move people, but we have to do that in a financially responsible manner. And I think it also has to be equitable. Part of how we ended up in this governance structure is because the people who primarily fund it, the member cities, didn't feel like their funds were being equitably used or responsibly used. And so what I'm interested in discussing is there a way through rate structure, et cetera, to make this, make a multimodal solution cost neutral or nearly cost neutral? Based on my very brief analysis, it looks like that if we had a $3 increase per ride in what we charge over the next 9 months, this would be a cost neutral decision. And so I'd kind of like to talk about how that could work, over what timetable that could work, and then kind of frame our discussions in a way that not only takes into account the people we're moving and the modes, but also what the threats are to what we're rolling out with VIA if we do away with all bus service or most of the bus service on the planned time frame. I've been told that that would stress the VIA system, and I have concerns. I mean, it's been I can't imagine a better rollout for VIA, really. I mean, there's complaints about accidents and hazard lights and on time, but I mean, we kind of remain in a pandemic, and we've
reached 2019 ridership. I mean, and there's no question we wouldn't have done that without the VIA and the VIA mobility. And I just didn't anticipate that these two services would be complementary, or that there would be opportunities for them to be complementary, like our consultants are telling us. And I feel just personally a bit rushed about the decision we're trying to make, and the amount of information we have, and the time period over which we have that information. But those are things, that's part of the job. We have to wade through it. But like I started, the primary objection I've heard is cost. Like, we can't afford to do both. If we can afford to do both, I mean, I don't know if this agency's ever had an opportunity to significantly offset cost with revenue. And I think we're there, or maybe we can. And I'd like to discuss that as we talk about what we're going to do.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to say that I've been really impressed by the proposals that have been brought forward by staff and by our consultants. I think that you're, addressing some complex issues within some real serious constraints, and you did an outstanding job of addressing those. I did, and I think I had some one-on-one conversations with a couple people about Route 4. I had some concerns about Route 4 no longer serving that sort of corridor of social service agencies along 288, but I was at that time overlooking the fact that the proposed changes to Route 3 create kind of a loop around those social service agencies and actually connects to the center of town. So I think that's an improvement, in fact, of access to those agencies. I think that one of the issues that we are perhaps encountering is that different board members perhaps have different goals for what moving people looks like. I think that there's one sort of framework in which our primary goal is to serve individuals who have no other option but to use mass transit. And then there are other folks who perhaps have the goal of increasing ridership more broadly, including among choice riders. And I'm definitely in that second camp. And I will say that the reason I am in favor of increasing ridership broadly and increasing choice ridership is because that also serves the first goal. If ridership is higher, if the service is more widely used, including by people who are doing it by choice, then that gives us more opportunities to improve the service for everyone, including those who are not choice riders. So I think that what's been presented to us is an outstanding plan to use microtransit to enhance and facilitate our fixed route service in a way that would serve everybody, including people who are using the service now and people who perhaps have never used transit in Denton and Louisville and elsewhere. I think that this just opens up so many new possibilities for increasing ridership and frankly getting cars off the road. I think that for me, that is one of our goals here is I want to see less car traffic because I want to see people choosing to ride fixed routes more frequently. And microtransit is a great tool to get folks to those fixed routes. I think that, in addition to the goal of increasing ridership, because that facilitates just better service in general, and it facilitates, getting cars off the streets. We obviously are having, a staffing issue, and we need to take steps to try and retain staff and build the capacity of the agency to provide more service to more people. In the interest of that, I think that we can increase ridership if we, move as quickly as possible to make the recommended changes. You said no later than March. And I hear you loud and clear on that. The sooner the better with that, because our on-time performance issues are causing ridership on the Connect service to decline. And so we need to address those as quickly as possible to get the buses running on time and shorten the headways so that people view it as a viable option. And as far as retaining staff, I think that the best thing we can do to retain staff, drivers in particular, is go with option 2, to fund these proposals through the end of the fiscal year, because we need to send a signal to our drivers that they have some measure of security and that they don't need to start looking for another job. I think if we take a half measure and only fund this through March, all we're doing is kicking the can down the road, and we're going to continue to see these issues with drivers seeking out other employment because they don't feel secure in their current employment. Yeah, so I'm incredibly impressed at the way that these proposals address a lot of different issues that the agency is having. And I think that the faster we can get moving on them, the better, and the longer we can fund Connect service, the better.
Thank you.
And if I could just speak to the ability of funding, the capacity for funding for each of these two options. In our long range financial plan, we do have a healthy reserve balance as well as net available cash. So we can certainly fund either option for the rest of this fiscal year. Also later in the presentation, you'll be getting some information about the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. DCTA expects to receive an additional roughly $2 to $3 million a year associated with that over the next 5 years. And so certainly in the short term, should it be the board's desire to move forward with option 2, we absolutely have the funding to accommodate that within the financial plan.
Would it be all right, Chair, if I asked a few questions before I get into my comments? Sure. What's been communicated to customers over the last 2 weeks?
You need to.
There are folks on GoZone, the brand ambassadors that have continued to write throughout the month of November.
On GoZone or on Connect?
I'm sorry, on Connect. Thank you for that correction. On Connect, they have continuously been made aware and are encouraged to start using GoZone so that they get familiar with it. So there's a constant presence of, by the way, there's another service that's available. We did not instruct the brand ambassadors to say the fixed route would go away because this board was still deliberating and to stay consistent with the communication with the union and everyone else. And so things are being discussed by the board. So we didn't specifically ask the brand ambassadors to tell people, oh, by the way, this service is going away. I thought that was pretty much it. We also have a survey that we have been collecting to gather information about why are you riding fixed route? Would you be interested in utilizing GoZone? There's several different questions in the questionnaire that are being asked to be filled out by the patrons. So that's what we've been doing throughout at the beginning, in the middle, and throughout the
Yeah, I think we did 6 weeks at the beginning and then the last 2 weeks to capture
2 weeks
anybody.
in the beginning, 2 weeks in the middle.
Okay.
And the month we haven't done it in consecutive days, obviously because of Thanksgiving, but we have been on or about every other day. Every one of the routes has had a representative, a brand ambassador on the routes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be clear on what the messaging is out there with the community, because it's going to get confusing really quick. 16 bus drivers, but 63 total. Is that right?
Correct. There's roughly 30 for UAT. There's roughly 10 for access service. The remainder would be predominantly for.
Gotcha. Does this number take into account, because what I'm hearing is NTMC is it's a significant amount of money for bonuses. Healthcare is about to spike. Is that number inclusive of those costs?
The number includes the healthcare spike.
Okay.
The predominant increase in that healthcare cost had to do with short-term disability. We typically budget 10% for increases in healthcare because of pandemic and a lot of other things. Nationally, those costs have been going up. I think they managed to get it to about a 13% increase, so it wasn't within the 10% to 13. The number includes the healthcare costs. There's nothing contemplated as far as continuation of any bonuses or budgeting that, because if the desire of the board is to take no action, the service would end. If the board decides to continue to move forward with service, I think it addresses the issue of what's happening with the routes. So the intent of the bonus was trying to retain people during the time where a board decision has not been made. So the hope would be that if a board decision is made today, there'd be clarity to that. There's nothing that's contemplated in this number for additional folks.
So we're paying $60,000 a month for retention. Yes, roughly 63 by 1,000 a month.
Roughly.
Why are we paying retention bonuses to UNT specific drivers, or do drivers run the whole everything?
All drivers have the opportunity to sign up
For any route.
for
Okay.
any route. So it's based on seniority.
So if we pick either one of these options, let's pick the March 22. That does not have a bonus structure built into
Correct.
it. But what's the reality of retention if we tell them in December? I mean, let's be realistic. We're going to need to talk about bonus structure.
We'd have to, yes, and I think that was the point. Maybe I didn't make clear enough that the recommendation is really to go with option 2.
Yeah, and even then, we're still because I don't necessarily believe that it's all about uncertainty of the contract, because there are other folks around here who are having retention issues for bus drivers because it's a national shortage. I think the number I read is the industry's down about 800,000.
Yes.
So
We've heard from the general manager and their HR personnel as a member of the NTMC board that this is a primary driver of the turnover.
that's fair, but to Chris's point, we're putting a whole lot of eggs in a basket, and I don't necessarily can guarantee that even this number is going to make sense. I mean, this is a $2.1 million increase. That's for 10 months. Yes. So just from a budgetary standpoint. Okay. And so that's what I worry about. Marissa, I've got you on here regarding the long range plan. So currently the plan has us, I think we break even or go deficit in 2034 with the current plan, and that's at an escalation of 3% a year. Is that within a margin of error?
In our long-range plan, I'm looking to make sure I have the correct one pulled up. In the long-range plan that was adopted with the budget, we end at the end of the 15-year planning horizon with 25 million in net available fund balance.
Right, but we take that out to 2036, and I get it that it becomes pretty crazy, but we're also seeing 6% inflation right now. So and the reason I bring this up is, that's a 12-year time horizon roughly. But when I look at that, I've got to look at bus operating expenses increasing by about 2 million if we put this service in place. We currently have less than desirable ridership on the train, and I get that we're talking about mobility, but that train is a significant component to the county's point. So I have to be worried, because I'm going to spend this money now, that impacts whether or not I can bring Corinth online. Because right now that train, the biggest issue with that train is I can't get down to a 20-minute headway. And I think that's something we need to really be looking at. And when we add Corinth, it adds at least 1 minute in the northbound direction from the study that we saw last. So we're actually, by adding Corinth, would slow the system down. I want to see Corinth on board, but I also want to see a train that functions. And right now it doesn't. We can look at the ridership and say that. So that 2 million a year is 2 million that we may want to be talking about putting into the rail. Now, I want to put some context in here, because it's not just 2 million for a bridge or anything like that. It's 2 million that could be spent in other places. And that gets to my original question. I don't think anybody in this room doesn't see synergies. I think that's exactly why we extended 3 and 7, is because we felt that those probably would true out to be a synergy. The question is how much synergy, and I don't have the number for that. What I see is if we want to continue connect in some version with the 16 drivers that we have, this is what we can do. Could I do the same coverage with VIA? Could GoZone actually, if I spent 500,000, 700,000, would that help mitigate some of the challenges that we have and the impacts from some of these routes? So I don't know the answer to that. It may not, but I don't have an answer. All I have is, and it's, how complementary do we want to be? I guess is the question along that continuum. So that's my question, and why I'm kind of getting into the dollars and cents of it. But so these are some big questions, and why I'm really leaning towards that March number, because I think I'd like to see you guys bring me back a proposal that says, here's a blended solution with more VIA resources, because we are, me personally, the number we had was 10 per hour to make a fixed route an economic success. I don't remember if that was 10 per, I'm sorry, what was the phrase you used for revenue hour? That was it. I don't remember if that 10 per hour was a 10 per revenue hour or 10 per operational hour.
Revenue hour.
Okay. So when I'm looking at this, I'm going, okay, that was my baseline. We had 2 routes that were doing that. We had a couple that hit it at certain times, but now we're talking about, okay, if they hit that 10 per hour for a 4-hour window, we should keep it, or in some format. I'm not sold on that. I feel like that's shifting the goalpost, because if the thing doesn't make sense over the whole day, that's why we want to collect the data to build a new route. So that 2 months of data, I don't think is enough to build those new routes. So that's kind of where I am. And if we're looking at other things too, we should be looking at this as, okay, well, Saturday ridership is abysmal. Why don't we just move that all to VIA? We already have an all VIA on Sunday. I mean, so these are, I think, bigger conversation points that we need to be having. But I'll kind of maybe get back to what I'm thinking might be a good proposal that splits the baby. It's not all finances. I mean, it's not all just cost. I mean, it's cost, but it's opportunities lost too. I mean, if I've got a 10 per, if you create a 10 per hour revenue hour route like Route 7, I'm on board. Bring it. Route 1, there's no reason for keeping Route 1. Equity on that, I feel like that slide with the equity check marks was a little bit of, we did Title VI. All the routes are equitable with VIA. So I think using that as the, get it up over the, I feel like that slide was, okay, we're going to use equity to get this discussion up over the line, if that makes sense. So to make those relevant to talk about, as I think there would be a lot more with just 2 check marks if we just said, you know what, everything is equitable, because they are, except for Route 1. And the VIA service is equitable. In fact, I think the Title VI language came back and said VIA is actually more equitable than our current routing. So that's a nit to pick, I guess. But let me get to what I think might work. at least I think would work for us. I can absolutely support keeping some of the fixed routes in Denton. But I need to have more data. I don't have that other via costing side that I need to see. I've got 3 routes that literally don't meet the metric of 10 passenger hours at any point in the day, 1, 21, and 22. And then I've got 1 route that's 11 passengers per hour. And they've all been declining. So some of that I see is, I think there's cannibalism going on. I think there's I look at Route 7 and it's down by 30%. Well, I think some of that is cannibalism, but I don't have the data to back that up. So I can't support 1 for 21 or 22. What brought us to the decision is that they were inefficient in the first place. They carry a low number of passengers, and it's more cost effective to replace those with GoZone. I mean, that was the original back in June. So from a cost efficiency standpoint, I think those 4, they need to go. I'm supporting also, go ahead, 1, 4, 21, and 22. Yeah, I'm okay with keeping the others or in some format. And because Denton's asking for it, and there's an opportunity to get more data. And you know what? If sometime in the future we find that the data doesn't support it, then great. If we find out that we can synergistically create better opportunities, awesome. I don't think anybody sitting at this table is going to say we shouldn't have a synergy here. I think that's proven by what we keep saying. I'm more than happy to support ending the bus service in Louisville and making the investment in Denton with the higher ridership routes. I need a guarantee, though, in the VIA contract that we're going to have a minimum number of vehicles in the Louisville Highland Village zone to ensure that that district gets appropriate service levels. We all know that there's been some issues where, and I don't know if that's been mitigated yet, but with the high demand in Denton, it's pulled all of the resources out of the area. So that I need you guys' help to figure out how to balance that. I think, I'm still having a hard time with the fencing versus geofencing versus overlap. I'm really not a fan of both, but I'm willing to be educated, but I need more data. And I think you guys do need more data for me. So that's kind of where I am on that. I think we also, from a pricing perspective, I think that Denton's 100 square miles, roughly. Louisville is 43 square miles with a giant spillway of the lake in the middle of it. So very different geographies, very different mileage. And that's one of the reasons why I'd love to see the mileage breakout. Some of those really long ones, I've got to think are on the weekends when there's no train service and they're taking it up and down. But if I don't have a fixed route service in Louisville to drive and reduce costs and create the pricing structure option, I think what we do is maybe keep the pricing structure in Louisville as a flat rate. Let's see if there's an outlier at 4 or 5 miles that we might want to talk about. And then do it in Denton where we use the pricing structure to bridge the gap between the two. There's nothing that says we can't do different pricing models within the zones. And there's nothing, in my mind, that is an equitable solution to the differences between the two cities. I feel like we're trying to shove 21 and 22 into here because that's equal. And we don't have to provide equal service. We have to provide equitable service to our communities. We've tried with Highland Village multiple times where we did fixed route and then we moved it to on demand. And, you could look at it and go, wow, Highland Village has phenomenal service. Why didn't the other cities have that? Well, because it was equitable for the city, wasn't equal. So I'm willing to do that. I want the March date though. So, and I want to table Route 5 and we have more data.
Yeah, it's part of Route 4, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's kind of 4A, 4B, or we call it 4 and 5.
Yeah. So those are my thoughts. I know I'm really long-winded, but guys, we're doing some great things. We really are. I mean, to look at the numbers and see the explosion, I get concerned that we're being swayed by a very small contingent, and I get it. If you look at transit agencies across the country, and they're starting to move to this VIA model. If I was the transportation units, the bus driver unions, I would be fighting tooth and nail everywhere, because it may only be 15, 16 jobs here in Denton County, but across the country, it's thousands. So I totally get that angle and why they're making that argument. But I will tell you, if 912 signatures is what's making us move this whole thing, out of that 912 signatures, only 311 of them come from Denton County. Out of the 311 of them, only 300 of them come from Denton. So I'm okay with, if you guys want to do and support buses, that's fine. But out of that 300, I've not had a chance, and I probably can't get it, but they're very organized. I would be shocked if 70 or 80 or 90% of that wasn't union member folks and their families signing that. I'm just not seeing the pushback from our residents that say Go Zone's a bad deal. So that to me is kind of the bigger picture of that. But I'm absolutely willing to support Denton on some sort of modified bus route if that's where the community wants to go. I think, again, that goes back to the equity that we're talking about. That's my long-winded everything. I've got it written down so we can make a resolution if we need to. But that's where I am.
Thank you, TJ. I haven't heard from our alternative members. Jody, Pat, Paul, does anybody want to speak?
This is Kristen. I had just a couple of things that I had written down. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Kristen. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think TJ kind of said a lot of the things that I wanted to say, but to your point, Cesar, when you said, about the policy, it's the board's job to set the policy. And the original policy that we talked about several months ago was, are we going to move away from fixed routes or not? So I have some of the same concerns that TJ has about just not really having, I don't feel like we really have enough data at this point. We're what, 3 months into Go Zone. I just don't feel like we have like a large enough sample size of data to really make decisions to change that policy one way or the other at this point in the game. I will, to what TJ said about not really knowing, because I thought when we originally talked about this, that the discussion was that for the lower performing routes, that it would be more cost effective to serve those areas through the Go Zone. And so I'm not sure. I don't know if maybe we're seeing things now where we're saying maybe that's not the case, or if that's just not, have we not given it long enough to see whether or not that's the case or not. But I just don't feel like we have, especially with making a decision this big that impacts this many members of the public, that I don't want to swing back and forth on this decision without the hard data that supports it, or I feel like we're just going to keep coming back to this over and over and over again, and then the public is going to be incredibly confused on what the future of our service is. I will say, last thing, I also have some, well, actually 2 things. I have some concerns about the budget implications as well. I wasn't thinking about the additional bonuses that TJ mentioned, but that's a good point. So I do think it's probably more than we're going to have to address that at some point, and it's going to be a bigger impact to the budget. But to TJ's point, my biggest concern is, I know when we passed the resolution to do to fund DCTA through Louisville, was the biggest thing that we sold was the rail. So my concern is that if we're pushing more and more money towards the ground transportation portion of the service, that that it's not money that we're investing in the rail And I agree, we do have we have some improvements that we need to make to the rail to make it more user-friendly, to help get our ridership where it needs to be, and really to realize the value of the asset that we have in the rail. And I don't want us to not be able to make those investments because we're tying up the money that we do have with the ground transportation. So, and with that, I also just wanted to say that I feel like I realize that there are issues that have come up with the GO zone. I believe that that's really just par for the course. Any system that you're rolling out that's brand new, there's going to be a learning curve. I don't think 2 or 3 months is really enough time to fully work through that learning curve. So yes, there are issues, but I do feel like I would like to see how do we find solutions to those problems and get it fully operational and functional before we decide that we want to move away from it. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much my thoughts on all of that, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kristen. Jody, do you want to provide any comments?
Right, I always get the bad one. So, we talk about the financial impact of this as well. So, I go back to looking at, what is the financial impact, but we talk about, oh, we have the money, we have infrastructure dollars from the federal government, or we have fund balance that we could utilize. Well, we also have, I'm going to repeat that because of this, but we also have an aging infrastructure. We have, general maintenance that needs to be done on all of our equipment. We need to rewrap the A train. We talked about that. Where we're going to get that money. We're pulling that from fund balance, or we're pulling that from infrastructure money. All of those things are part of what I think that infrastructure and fund balance is used for. And here we are talking about using it for daily operations. I don't like that. So that's me on the finance. Again, we talked about, we have not seen, and I think the CEO mentioned it, that, we had ambassadors riding the bus. I don't think we had them as much as we needed to. That's my personal opinion. Also, we didn't tell anybody that we're eliminating the routes. And we're 3 days away and we haven't told a soul that we're eliminating a single route. And I understand the philosophy.
That's not accurate. We've had plenty of communication. It's been in the newspaper that the routes are planned to be eliminated.
I'll correct
on the bus itself. We have not been telling people.
I will correct my statement. On the buses, we haven't told the actual riders of the buses we're eliminating those routes. Is that more accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I didn't mean to do that. So I'll restate that. On the buses, the ambassadors have not told the people that we're eliminating the routes, but we have data sets that were presented to us today that articulate that we're using the data sets based off of people not knowing that the routes are being eliminated, or the riders of the buses not knowing that the routes are being eliminated. So that's a concern that I have as well. Again, I also look at, the data that's been provided. It seems like the data was based off with the goal end in mind. So that's just my personal feeling that we kind of went through saying, oh, this is what we need to do, and then we backed the data into the actual goal. And fixed route appears to be mode of choice. And again, I go back to my original statement. That was a statement on page 30. Fixed routes appear to be mode of choice. So I go back to say, if fixed routes are mode of choice, how did we determine that fixed routes were mode of choice? Based off of 2 months of data, 2 months of GO zone operation. And then additionally, I would say, without people actually riding it, the riders not being told while they're riding the bus that the route is going to be potentially eliminated. So those are some of the concerns that I have about the data that was presented to us today. And I will yield to the floor. Oh, last thing, Mr. Chairman, and I do question, I think Mayor Gilmore brought that up, is did the metric change on ridership? We originally talked about 10 passengers per hour. Now we're talking about 10 passengers per revenue hour. So I don't know that we had original data 9 months ago that was based off the same metric. Did we? 100%? Okay. Okay.
Okay, for the audience, there was clarification between Chris Newport and Mayor Vice Chair Gilmore that is correct, that revenue hours was the same throughout. Is that correct?
And thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say that I do support that we need to look at some kind of a hybrid approach. And I think that multimodal is important in certain circumstances where ridership can approve that, and where ridership is going to continue to grow in those areas. Splitting routes 4 to 4A and 4B, or routes 5, if you want to call it that, whatever it may be. We talked about eliminating buses on route 7, but we're adding buses on route 5 now. So it's kind of a wash. But if we look at routes 4 and 5 and shortening those routes, at some point we're basing that in, I think, Raymond, you said, off of national planning standards, that shorter the routes, the quicker the headway, the more ridership will grow over time, correct? So, I'm thinking of that, but those national planning standards are they based off of multimodal approach? That would be my question, to look at in the future. So those are national planning standards, but we're one of the few organizations doing multimodal approach overlaying and overlapping. So,
which is why we have two groups of experts that have analyzed the data and recommended this approach.
So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody else have any comments from alternates?
I would just,
Pat.
Smith, I would echo Jody's comments. I am concerned that this is really, from my perspective, a single course of action. And I have 28 years in the military doing planning and large complex systems. So it's really one plan with two variations on costs. And so I don't see any consideration of opportunity costs, going back to TJ's and Jody's comments about, and again, we're now in a high inflationary period. I'm hearing that our budget right now is based on a 3% escalation. Is that correct?
Correct.
So
well, there's multiple variables. That's
right.
Of course.
But so we're basically would be, if we went with option 2, signing up for a long-term sustainment tail that is probably low. I know that you were conservative in your estimates, but when we start looking at fuel and other things and manpower costs, which have already been raised, to me, that's a significant cost. And then what are the opportunity costs by making that decision? I haven't seen that in the conversation today. And I commend the work. I think it's very thorough. I think synergy is definitely what we should be pursuing, but I think there's got to be some other discrete courses of action that we've not had an opportunity to discuss today. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. Paul, do you want to have some comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to clarify, this is only my first meeting as an alternate, but I have been watching for the past year, and I have not Zoom bombed you. So that had nothing to do with that. No, this I know was a very difficult issue, and there's so many facets of it. I did have the concerns as well. When I hear about the infrastructure grants coming from the federal government, that to me seems to be that's a capital expense that shouldn't be an operating expense. But I think it is important that we look at the synergies that could be created, that maybe some of these costs can come down. I think to Sam's point, does it create opportunities where we do bring in more revenue to offset that? As I look at the two different options in my mind, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Pat, but it's hard to do option 1 without option 2. Right. I don't think that gets us anywhere. In my mind, there's only one choice for the board to make in that respect. So I think with that, I'll leave it all up to the voting members to make those determinations. But thank you for the opportunity for the alternates to speak.
Thank you.
If I could clarify, yes, perhaps I was trying to be too brief in my explanation. Absolutely. But what the infrastructure bill does allow us to do is free up some of the funds that we would have had programmed for that maintenance or infrastructure costs that we can then utilize for operations. And so that's where we do feel like with this, should the board choose to move forward with option 2, certainly for the rest of the fiscal year, we can accommodate that while we are revising that service mix to determine what's the best fit. And while also acknowledging that we still have a decent contingent of riders that are still choosing to utilize the Connect service, and that allows more time to revise those routes accordingly and try to figure out where the densest service areas are that would be better served by fixed route, and kind of mix and match what we think is best from a cost efficiency standpoint.
I'm going to recognize Raymond. Raymond, you have words.
Thank you, Chairman. There's a lot of very valuable feedback that's been given, and I really do appreciate the rigor. I want to acknowledge Accenture and VIA for the collaborative nature. You don't typically see consultants from different organizations collaborating to the extent that we have. There's no doubt this has been probably one of the biggest challenges that this agency has had to undertake in some time. As you can imagine, the complexity of the desire of cities are different. The travel patterns are different. I want to make a few comments before you get into more deliberation. There was a lot of thought given in a very short period of time around what the data is telling us. It's not without a tremendous amount of consternation on our collective part to take data and in a very short period of time and try to infer what that means for the future. By that very nature, it means that we're trying to make decisions that feel uncomfortable for all of us, which would argue that on the one hand, if you're talking about eliminating the service, which is what I really grappled with, I care very much about the position I take, how I serve not only the staff but our communities and our stakeholders. And it was a heavy weight to think about, do we take the easy route and just allow the service to expire? Because in a lot of ways, it just makes the whole network from a staff's perspective less complex. We have a contract that's providing service. But when you look into the data didn't, over the last few months, present itself, as you heard today, but from the consultants, the way we expected, by the very nature that we're in a uncharted waters with this pandemic. So I asked the consultants what I think is a very important question that really has not been debated here. And when you look at the data, and I'll spare everybody of flipping back to 30 slides back in the presentation. But if you look at the shape of the curve for what's happening with fixed route and the shape of the curve of where the demand is for VIA, they're very similar, almost identical curve shapes. So I asked these gentlemen that represent VIA, if we're to eliminate fixed route and you take 19,000 trips that are predominantly in the middle of the day and you add them to the existing service that we currently have, would you be able to deliver that service? And I think we had several discussions about it, but I think it'd be close to impossible without adding more infrastructure to do that, right? So it is a fair question to ask, well, what is the opportunity cost if we were to add more infrastructure? I think that's a natural thing to analyze. But this board directed me and the staff to, and this really comes to a board discussion, because we have different, from what I've heard, and we have different desires from a resolution from one of our member cities that represents a lot of the ridership that we're talking about, that said they wanted beyond just the 10 passengers per hour, however we define that. What can we do to solve some of these other issues? And that's what we've tried to present as objectively as we can. You notice I didn't do the presentation. We asked our consultants. And frankly, it's refreshing to hear from folks that deliver on demand to actually suggest that nationally, these are things that we're trending in the right direction. In many cases, we've leapfrogged some of the larger transit authorities by the decisions, the past decisions that this board has made. But my personal perspective is when the decision was made back in July, it was the board also directed to allow an extension of time to analyze the data and see what it would reveal. And so we've heard today what we think the data reveals. The nuance that should not be missed is if we're in fact using one indicator of 10 passengers per hour as the goalpost, what's being recommended is to true up the schedule to make it more efficient, to eliminate those hours that do not meet that standard, and then to augment that with VIA. I don't want us missing the fact that the ultimate goal, which was set by the board back in July, is that we're here to carry as many people as we can, as efficiently as we can. And it was the consultants, because they have access to the data very quickly, said, wow, you guys have done something pretty special here. And during a pandemic, you achieved higher ridership on your Connect service than just after a few months of the two services working together. If this board decision is to not move forward, then by and large, we're eliminating 19,000 rides that can, and I think the commitment from staff and the consultants is to continue through this option, this financed option, to bring back even a more effective and efficient solution that doesn't have 1.7 million, or we just look at the didn't connect $1 million of impact. And we do need to take pricing into consideration that is upside down. So there's a lot of complex pieces of this. I don't disagree with anything folks have said here. It's complex. For the exception of a couple of comments that and I don't take them personally, but I don't think they're meant personally, about the feeling that this was reverse engineered, and that's my comments to an end goal. We very much took what the board requested, which was to analyze the data, come back with options, provide those options as proposals to this board. And again, I want to thank our staff and our consultants, because I think they did an outstanding job in presenting that data, and I rest my case and just turn it back over to you. Thank you, Raymond. I too want to thank Alex, Marie. Appreciate you guys being up there, taking all the bullets. Get there, done that. But you know, this is our process here where we need to discuss this. We've been. I want to say from my initial observations, my initial take was I was having a hard time swallowing the $1.75 million ask, which is essentially what we're being asked to do, just to take everything through next year. I agree with a lot of things that my fellow board members said. We've accomplished a lot of great things. I think it's great that we've had higher ridership, and I want you to succeed. I want this organization to succeed. And I'm also cognizant of trying to eliminate some type of as much uncertainty for our bus drivers, our operators, as we possibly can. I'm just struggling with
you know, the entire ask, especially in light of the fact that I'm just looking at 3, 4 routes that probably can be eliminated. I said that we created a policy, and our policy was to move away from that. We did say that the data should drive our decisions. And I'm probably leaning towards the fact that the data does seem to show that maybe several routes should stay indented. So I'm probably supportive of doing that for a period of time. I'm going to go ahead and just entertain anybody else that has anything else to discuss. Thoughts? Yeah. There you
It's
go.
off. Okay, I probably touched it again. Is that okay, Cesar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
T-
you want to go next?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
TJ, I really appreciate your perspective on this. When I looked at this and last night, I just didn't feel like continuing the service in Louisville was justified. And I really appreciate that you're here saying, you know, we don't need that to make this feel fair. And to me, that opens up a lot of options. One of them is the opportunity to see how the service functions with bus support versus without bus support, and gather that information to kind of drive our decisions in the future. It also makes the financial decision a lot easier. And so I agreed with pretty much everything you said, except that I don't want to do this again in March. I talked to Cesar last night, and I feel like we're chasing the instruments a little bit on it, and so my feeling is that when I was thinking about it last night, I thought about 2, 3, 6, and 7, keeping those.
That's fine.
Eliminating everything else. And so what I'm struggling with right now, if we could reach a consensus on doing something indented for 9 months, is whether or not I want to second guess what they think is the best route design. And I don't even know how much money that would save. Does that make sense?
Well, and that goes exactly to my issue. I don't know how much money we're saving. Not saving. What the data reveals to me is that if we keep all of the connect routes except for one, and we work within the parameters of 16 drivers, which we may or may not be able to get, this is what we get. But that, to Pat's point, that's not the only option that could be on the table. We could say, okay, 3, 7, 6 are good, and we're going to create 2 micro connect zones over here to take care of that. I mean, there's all sorts of have enough data to know, and this is not their fault. This is the box that they were given to engineer a solution with. What would the all via solution look like? And the all via solution does not mean take over 3 and 7. I think we all are in agreement that 3 and 7 are enough. 7, absolutely, it's 11% of the ridership.
3 doesn't meet that criteria.
Well, then maybe it's 4. Then we flip to that.
I think there's the danger of just saying eliminate 4 for the board's
Yeah, and
consideration
just
is the danger of eliminating 4 is there are some very productive hours that's going to push more constraint on what we have with VIA. And the point that I think everybody's starting to recognize is we are rushed for time.
Right.
Those numbers are not set in stone. Those numbers can certainly come down. We need opportunity to shape the service. I think when you look at it in an aggregate, we're hearing collectively that, hey, these are some pretty solid numbers. Why would you want to eliminate those rides? The question is, are we eliminating them? Are we going to put more strain on a service that's just trying to be stood up? Or are we going to have to add additional service to the go zone approach. But I'm also trying to be respectful of the city of Denton, who also stated by resolution that they're interested in keeping fixed route service. So we've done the best that we can. But I don't know that we should, my advisement to the board would be take caution to just say eliminate Route 4.
But whatever
as it
routes
is right
make,
now.
again, whatever routes are driven by the data.
All right.
But I want to give you guys more time, and I want to see that analysis of here's a complete connect solution. Here's a complete via solution, excluding the routes that we think based on the 10 ridership metric. I get that we're getting more granular. I do recall that. But at the end of the day, if I've got a route that's making 10 for 4 hours and not for the other, there's a dollar figure associated with that. And there's the same dollar figure associated with via replacing it. Whatever that is, I need to know. And I don't know that right now.
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry.
to address the idea of, pricing out an all via option, isn't that sort of what the board addressed in July? And the plan that the board adopted in July was a more or less obvious option with the inclusion of routes 3 and 7. Have there been significant financial changes since July that would change that equation?
No, and let me also state that routes 3 and 7 were only planned to continue through a 6-month timeframe, so we could continue to analyze the performance of those. And I'm glad we did, because we're already seeing within 3 months that route 3, route 7. I don't think there's any debate around the room that it's proven well over 10 passengers per hour. So I don't even know if that should be on the table anymore as part of our discussions, with whether did it move or not. To more directly answer your question, it was contemplated when we budgeted, when we received the proposal from VIA, and VIA stated, these are the ridership projections and the amount of money that we think it's going to take to deliver the service. There was a caveat to that. We're in a pandemic. This assumes that we're going to see typical ridership patterns reemerge, which they haven't. So I think the efficiency, effectiveness of VIA's service is being strained a bit here, because we're not really measuring the efficacy of the proposal, I guess, in ridership. And what makes me wring my hands a little bit is we're making decisions right now during a pandemic that 6 months from now, we could see people going back to work. I don't know, maybe not. We could all try to solve this. But if they do, my expectation is that we would get, if we ask VIA what is the VIA solution, that's going to change. You're going to get an increase over that we have today. See that ridership which we're all expecting, that we're going to get another proposal, which will then increase the cost. And the last bit of information that I'll share is, with fixed route, if we decide to eliminate answers, I have operators say service, you're not talking about 3 or 4 months worth of I think from the staff's perspective, if you asked us to throttle it back up, that's going to be a lot harder than to throttle it down based on objective and prescriptive information. Try to optimize.
Point well taken. I have another question that might be for DCTA staff or
Before
possibly
you leave that, I want to push back a little bit, because I remember that the VIA proposal was all in. It was all in on everything, and 3 and 7 we decided to keep, but that they already baked that into the numbers. So to TJ's point and to Allison's point, the VIA proposal is all in. It included getting rid of all of them, because that was the philosophy that we adopted in July, that we were going to no fixed route. So what they bid, it did include that. That's my recollection of it. Anybody have any different recollection?
Yeah, maybe we can add one thing quickly just to clarify. So I think there are a couple of things that obviously when we sought out to provide the initial proposal, right, we were doing our best to try to forecast what ridership would look like based on the information we had at the time. But there are a few things that are perhaps different than expected. I think one is the composition of the ridership has continued to follow obviously a different pattern, as Raymond said, than we probably would have expected, with much more midday demand, which tends to be more diffuse in nature, right, and less following sort of a specific commuting pattern. So I think that's one. The other thing is we shared this statistic around the complementarity of the ridership and how actually most of the rides that are being served with GoZone could not be served on the fixed route network. When we went out, sought out to make the initial estimation, we assumed it would be much more of a direct substitution effect. And so in fact, what we're seeing is even with the preservation of the fixed route network as it is right now, we're actually hitting significant ridership growth and from different riders that didn't exist in the system before, right? And so these are actually new riders and new rides that they're taking that are coming into the system. And you can see that from the fact that the overall ridership is now exceeding pre-pandemic levels. And so I think there is, and we're happy to take the blame and say we didn't forecast all those new riders coming into the system correctly, but I think there is a new dynamic at play here with new people coming to the system, which I think actually I was in the board's shoes would say is a good thing, right? There are new riders using the system and serving more people, which I think we would view as a positive thing.
Okay, I'll think.
Yeah, well, so I had a question about
I'll
a
let you
separate
finish
issue.
that, and then I want to go to Connie because I know.
Well, let's do this. Is there anybody else who wants to ask a question or make a statement about this issue? Because
Okay.
my question was about something.
Okay, look, Connie, do you want to speak?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I just wanted to mention, I really think we have to recognize that our forecasting, we forecasted one thing and something different happened. We don't have enough data to know everything, but this is really an opportunity to me to look at a true multimodal system. I think a lot of the way that it was projected here shows the ability to concentrate the fixed route as we need. Public transportation has always been an issue in this area because of how spread out we are. This enables us to cover a spread out area while concentrating the fixed route in a more specific area. And I think that makes more sense. I also think that it makes more sense to go with option 2 because of retaining drivers and because we do need more data. We need to know how this is going to play out. And I also think that at this point in time, I don't think if we try dropping service at this point in time, I think we're gonna have a major issue with the GoZone. And I think that as we look at changing routes, we have to be careful and do it in such a fashion as GoZone is able to accommodate it. So you may not want to do all at once. And finally, I do think TJ's comments about not having to be absolutely equal might give a little bit more perspective to our consultants to look at it in a different way. I don't know if that makes a large difference there, but I really do think we have a responsibility to respond to the actuals that are happening as opposed to what we anticipated when we planned this. So that's my thinking. I do think we should really look at a multimodal situation.
And as far as equity, there was intent. The reason why we broke it out so the board could have more fidelity around what the cost would be to retain the Louisville routes versus the fixed routes. So that's exactly why we did what we did.
So, Cesar, if you don't mind, or is it?
Well, if you want to go with
You had it. But it wasn't. Mine is. So a couple of quick things I'd like to maybe comment about. First of all, I think DCTA has always been looking at multimodal. We have a train. So if anybody's getting the interpretation here that somebody or anybody in this boardroom is not looking at multimodal, I think you're mistaken, and I'd like to disabuse you of that. I think the question becomes how much multimodal and where they are. I think that's the granularity I just don't have. So I fully expect VIA to come back to me and say, you know, as we go through this whole process, this is a collaborative process. I fully expect you to come back to me and say, TJ, if you drop this route, we need to do this to the contract to make us whole. I also fully expect you to say, hey, TJ, based on the data set that I've got here, I think we could build a connect route right here, and it would save you money, and it would allow us to get more ridership and more mobility within Denton County. I think that's a fair assumption to get from you guys. You're the data experts. So that would allow us to, you know, live within, you know, how much bang for my buck can I get? I take a little, I want to put some pushback here on the, if we get rid of routes, we're going to get rid of, it's going to be really hard to spin that back up. We have 11 routes. We have 60 bus drivers. It's called UNT. Now, I get it if we lose that contract, but it is not like we're starting up a bus company from scratch if we get rid of these. Yes, I get trying to add employees. That's always going to be, it's going to be a factor when we have to add another route because they identify something. I get that, but we got 11 routes. So it's not like we're trying, I feel like that's overstating how difficult it is. Starting something from scratch is definitely more difficult than adding something to an existing system. Is it difficult? Yes. But I feel like it's a little bit overstated in that regard. I don't think anybody here is arguing for staying with the status quo of dropping all the routes on the 6th, except for 3 and 7. I don't think anybody in this room has expressed an interest in that, including myself. I think the interest that I'm hearing is that there could be some modifications within this, and I'd like to get your guys' thoughts on some of the things that have been talked about reduction of doing partial versus not. And then I think we need to discuss this March and September concept because that seems to be a sticking point. But that's kind of where I think we are.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, that actually segues really nicely into what I had wanted to discuss. So Vice Chair Gilmore, you know, brought up the idea of, you know, maybe cutting more routes than what the consultants have suggested, right? The consultants are already suggesting eliminating Route 1. Vice Chair Gilmore suggested adding 4 to that. I'm hesitant to support that for this reason. I think that Denton, I mean, obviously the networks in Denton and in Louisville are very, very different. Denton is denser, it has higher ridership, it has more routes, and those routes are more interconnected and reliant upon one another. And I think that our consultants have provided us with proposed changes to the Denton Connect routes that maintain that connectivity. I think that if we were to start talking about eliminating Route 4 or not implementing the new Route 4B, Route 5, whatever it is, that our consultants have brought to us, then we're going to be encountering issues where people can't connect to other routes that they need to connect to. I think that issue doesn't exist with the proposed changes to the Louisville routes because the consultants have recommended these 2 just self-contained loops. So I'm more open to the possibility of eliminating the Louisville Connect routes than I am to eliminating more routes in Denton than the consultants have recommended. And I'd love to know from the consultants or perhaps from Raymond, if we were to move forward with the proposed changes to the Denton Connect routes, but eliminate Louisville Connect routes, what impact, I mean, I know that we have the information as far as what impact that would have on our net position. Would that result in layoffs if those two Louisville routes were eliminated entirely?
Resulting in layoffs first. The short answer is we'd need to review that, Councilmember McGuire. I think the first option might be to see whether or not it provides additional flexibility throughout the operator complement to provide additional capacity for contingencies for whatever reasons are behind folks requesting time off. So I'm just not prepared to answer that question at this moment. I don't know if anyone else has a point of view on that. So
let me just add, Chris, I want to give you the courtesy of answering first. The nuance there and why Chris is hesitating to give you a specific answer is it really depends on how many hours of service we're providing and where and how he actually signs up for those hours. There's a possibility that we will impact some personnel. If you impact personnel, there's an ATU agreement about how that is done to reverse order of seniority. There's probably a discussion that we might want to have in closed session from a legal perspective before this board gets into discussion about what direction we want to head. But there's a possibility that we would potentially impact it. The nuance here is when we talk about 6 operator or 16 operators, 30 operators, and 11. Those are positions that are needed to physically sit in the seat and operate vehicles, much like school service and others. You have this understanding of an extra board, and they cover sick leave and absenteeism and other things. People leaving, retiring early, and so we tend to keep a percentage of folks on an extra board. So that's the analysis that we have to look at. But I think the discussion that we've had is that if it does impact the workforce, it would be a very small segment, and we're happy to take that into closed session.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, you could turn on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I mean, multimodal, yeah, I'm talking about ground transportation when I talk about multimodal. I mean, I certainly don't see the train. In fact, yeah, that is kind of, but what we're talking about is ground multimodal. There are some things that have kind of bothered me that have been said. One is, I think they probably overcount. Like what typically happens is an undercount, right? Because so we're saying the bus drivers are actually going, yeah, let me add these people that aren't here. That's insulting to me. So I think, and most likely when you look at these things, it's more of an undercut. It's like, okay, this other person got on, I'm just going to keep driving. And then the issue of that there was a goal end in mind. So Via standing here going, yeah, let's continue with Connect instead of, yeah, let's get rid of everything. And then Via's got this bigger contract. I appreciate that you guys have stood there and done what we asked you to do because we're not operators. Sometimes the board wants to act as operators, but we're not. We're a board of directors. Y'all are the experts. We've asked you to do it. We have a responsibility to our communities, no doubt. And if you look at transportation, seldom is it ever cost neutral. That's just how the way transportation works. Do we throw bad money at stuff? No, this board back in the days was accused of being reckless. I think some of the things that we could be suggesting would be reckless. If you're saying we can't even start this process till March, well, then, I mean, it's really from March to September that we're getting the data. So my concern is we have done this amazing thing, huge, during a pandemic, and we want to give it less than a year to get accurate data. We're not the experts. You can give us all data till, that's what we pay you guys to do. And we have to trust that whether it's our staff or our consultants, that you're giving us the best recommendation for what you believe we want. And TJ, I appreciate you talking about cutting the bus service in Louisville, because when we had that other meeting and Denton said they didn't want to stop, you go, well, then I don't want to stop either. But I really appreciate that, because I did, you know, in Highland Village, when I saw something wasn't working, I'm like, yeah, let's not pay to keep doing this. Let's do what works for our city. And that's what I'm talking about. The synergy that y'all are talking about is let's work as a team, right? Let's see what we can all do to come up with the best transportation in our county. And yes, there is a small group of people that you could say, relatively speaking, and I know as a former mayor what that can look like, but the majority of the city council in Denton had a resolution. You know, Paul, I don't know what y'all would do if y'all had a resolution and I sat at this table and went against the resolution that y'all proposed. So when we had all these speakers that spoke one time, I said the best way for me to know what the city wants is by the elected officials, by the city councils, because the people of those cities elected them to be their voice. And there's been recalls if there's people that are not happy with what's happening. So if a resolution by the city of Highland Village, to me, had been ignored by this board, I just would not feel good about that. I don't care if it's a resolution from Denton or Louisville or Highland Village. The elected officials are speaking. For us to ignore it, and I'm not saying that we look at the resolution and go, oh, this is what they wanted, so let's do it. But that was a strong resolution. And I think we have been surprised during the pandemic that our sales taxes didn't go down as much as they should. And now we're a little surprised that our transportation ridership, wow, has gone up during the pandemic. Why would we not be surprised at giving this damn thing a year, 1 year, if you look at it really, and that's that we've made changes, and policies are made at a time with certain information. Policies are meant to change based on how things are changing in our environment. So I would just ask my people here, because we're a team. We are a team. We want the best for our communities. To invest a 1 year round circle of data that's already changed from when we started, that we asked our CEO, our staff, our consultants to bring to us, and not think that we are smarter, better than they are, and that we can understand how this should be done. There was a time when I think the board, and not necessarily this board, was making decisions about transportation. We have to realize what our position is here. And so I would just really like to think about the decision that we're making. Yes, we can talk about how much money we're going to have in this year, but right now all we're saying is let's try this for a year. That's our cost right there. The money that was given to us from the CARES Act and whatever, I think was in an attempt to try and help us do the change, to work on the changes that we've experienced during this time. let's use that money for that. I mean, we can talk about, well, you know, in the year 2040, what, I don't know. All the question here is, can we do this for 1 year? And then we figure out if the ridership tanks, we make a different policy. If the ridership jumps, we make a different policy. But the confusion is, and the rush is, do we have to do all this right now? Give it 1 year. We've made huge changes to a huge transportation agency. DART is doing their GoLink with other things. Let's, you know, I think the relationship we have with our Trinity Metro and DART is going to help our train situation. That's another topic for another discussion for another time. What we're here to talk about is what we've been talking about over the last year or since July. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other?
Just maybe a few small points to make, I guess. What was Ms. McGuire? You may know the vote on that resolution that was passed. It was not a unanimous vote, was it?
It was 5-2.
It was 5-2. Okay, just a data point. Yeah, there's a majority, but by the same token, I will take a 5-2 as a little bit different from a 7-0. I think I'm offering a solution that provides 70 to 80% of their current bus route capacity. If we talk about I forgot my 4 numbers here. If we talk about eliminating 1, 4, 21, and 22. 21 and 22 don't have any impact on Denton. That's all Louisville. But 1 and 4, we were going to eliminate regardless. It was remember, all of these numbers that we're talking about are on performance, are underperforming routes from 2019. So over a decade worth of investment and processes and whatnot. When we talked about these originally, all of our numbers where we were looking at that 10 per hour number, those were 2019 numbers. These routes were underperforming at the time. So I don't know if I get to talk about them in terms of COVID in that regard. These would be routes that we'd probably look at eliminating regardless. It just happens that COVID's in the middle. So again, I'm offering a solution with 1 and 4 being eliminated that gets Denton a big chunk of what they want. The other piece is that by doing that, and I don't know exactly what the number is, but to Sam's point, we get closer to revenue neutral, which takes that whole conversation about revenue off the table. I don't know how much closer it gets, but it definitely drops. I mean, 400, and let's take a third out of Denton's number, right? So we drop it, now we're 245 instead of 748. I don't think I'm asking anything that's unreasonable. I don't think I'm proposing something that's unreasonable. I think the conversation, maybe to Diane's point though, is we want to talk about that March versus September. You're talking about the time. Okay.
Do y'all mind if I say something fairly specific? Is what I'm in favor of, I think, is starting to crystallize, and then see how far we are apart. And then secondly, Chairman, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
And I don't think well when I'm hungry.
If you're saying you're thinking that there may be a
yeah, and so maybe this is something to chew on during the break. I would be in favor of option 2 for Denton Connect only. Over the next 90 days, we'd request the staff via an Accenture to design a fare structure to recover the increased costs without a preference for mode of transportation. Okay, and so we don't want you to favor bus over via, we want you to favor the most cost effective. Okay, while seeking to increase ridership. In other words, we don't want you to tilt the scale so far in that direction of cost recovery that you think you're going to either inhibit increased usage or decrease, certainly not decrease. That we do that service from December to September 22nd. And I think they're going to do this anyway and gather the information or data from that time period to decide about the best design for routes in Denton. And then also to consider whether or not, based on the comparison of the usage, whether or not there are routes that ought to be considered in Louisville. I seriously personally doubt that will find that they ought to be routes in Louisville, but we ought to be open to that.
Always. You should
So,
always be
yeah,
open to that.
so that's kind of where my thoughts are crystallizing. And then if we could eat or something, that would be great.
But I also want to speak, sorry. So I think it's really noteworthy, and I know that Director Tuss already made this point, but I think it's worth reiterating that how remarkable it is that our consultant from a private corporation, who, you know, perhaps they could have their profits if they told us that they don't want to prioritize bus service. But they have come here and shared their professional opinion that bus service should be the priority mode. They do not have any type of economic incentive to say that. They're saying that because that's their professional opinion, and I take that very seriously. So regarding the Route 4, right? I mean, I think that we're all, including our consultants, in agreement that Route 1 should be eliminated. Can someone perhaps speak to what the elimination of Route 4, as opposed to restructuring it into 2 smaller routes, what that might do to the rest of the network and ridership on the rest of the network? And I know that you know, that's probably a question that would take some time to look into the data and determine, but if you could kind of give us a rough idea of that.
I'll offer my point of view first. I think so. You have demonstrated. You have midday. I'm going to stop waving my pen. You have demonstrated productive ridership in that midday peak period. With the on-time performance issues on that route specifically. So that load will obviously need to go elsewhere. I think the characteristics of that load on that of the people, let's not call it a load, the people that are utilizing that route today for the particularly the western side of it, that they will likely need to arrive at those destinations in the future. Those trips aren't going to go away, and they will have to be absorbed.
So wouldn't it be logical to conclude they would just be absorbed by ozone?
That's certainly possible. Yeah, I mean that is the alternative that I would think the next best alternative that would be there for them. But it is additional capacity that would have to be absorbed.
And that capacity is 99 riders per day. That's the average number.
Correct.
Yeah, I think another nuance to think about this is we probably would like to serve the 4 quadrants of the service area. That's why we also showed the UNT service and the portion of the city that it covers. So if you're going to think about fixed route and it having accessibility to neighborhoods, you would likely want to cover the 4 quadrants. Route 4 or 5, whatever we call them, covered that northern northeast section of the service area. So having access to retail, to jobs, to Walmart along University, and also having connectivity from both of those proposed routes into the DDTC, so it has connection to the rest of the network, was what was implied there. If the argument has been made, or not, I won't say an argument, but analysis has suggested that some of these folks that are riding the service are not, only 9% would be absorbed by VIA, then there's a gap in the comment that Chris made about, well, they would logically have to be absorbed by VIA. That's an assumption that those folks would be absorbed by VIA. And then we don't know exactly, it's 99 trips, but they're also in the 4-hour time frame where the highest demand currently exists for them. So when we looked at splitting that route, because it was way too long and didn't connect into downtown for ease of transfer, we wanted to make sure that there was a frequency there that would make sense for both those sets of trips. The ones that go along University are very different than the ones on what's contemplated as Route 5, because Route 5 would serve neighborhoods, connect you into the DDTC, and then allow you to transfer to other fixed routes or to GO zone if the fixed route doesn't serve it. So that's the nuance there, that it for us to just say, well, logically they would be absorbed. If they want to ride and they want to get somewhere, they're going to have to use GO zone to do it in that case.
Just for context, the Louisville routes are only about 10 riders per day less than 4. And we're not talking about keeping Louisville route. But they connect to the train.
Well, and we did propose to have those as an option. So if the desire by the board member that represents Louisville says they don't want to have it, that's certainly an option. So I don't think we treated it any differently, correct? Route 4, Route 5, Route 21, 22, we made some assumptions that it provides better connectivity.
Well, yeah, and that it's just there. I mean, I didn't just pick arbitrarily 4. I picked the ones that were borderline use cases based on 2019 numbers already.
And I think what has been said by other board members is that whatever decision we make, we're open to staff, consultants coming back to us in the summer, re-looking at everything. And at that time, the data suggests a new route somewhere in our 3-member cities, that's what we'll consider. And if the data suggests that, I would assume this board would probably vote to include that.
I have more to say, but I'm willing to wait till after lunch.
All right. What's the pleasure? You guys want to take a break for about 30-minute break to eat something? Okay, let's recess about 30 minutes to eat, and then we'll come back and finish item 3. Okay, we're going to reconvene now. It is 2:44. And I am actually now going to convene us in closed session, subject to section 551-071 of the Texas Government Code. The board of directors may convene in closed executive session for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on item number 3. The time is 2:45. All the voting members, all the alternates. Christian Green, yes. 3:07, we have come out of executive session. There is no action from that particular session. Now we will return to our discussion on item 3. Consider service modifications and proposed recommendations for the GO zone. Yes, Director McGuire.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, I had kind of expressed an openness to the idea of cutting Louisville Connect entirely. Now that I have a bit more information about staffing of those routes and about rail connectivity for those routes, I think that I've kind of amended my position on that. I would like to see the Louisville Connect routes undergo the changes that have been proposed by our consultant.
Other discussion?
I wanted to circle back on one quick thing. It was mentioned that this proposal that was brought to us, and these, yes, absolutely, they are the experts, but at the very beginning, the framing was of the question is what question were they asked? And as I understand it, the question that they were asked to solve was not, could VIA support this with a change? It was, how do we maintain or keep within the parameters that we have a system that will do that? So the reason we don't have a VIA solution was not in the question they were asked to solve. And if you guys want to refine that language, or if I'm off base, let me know. But I appreciate the thought that they are altruistic, and I think they are, and they want to be good partners. But I do not believe that the scope of this solution, the question that was asked, was not, could we provide a full VIA solution for this?
The question was not asked. You are correct.
Which is why we don't see a VIA
The
solution.
question was not asked, can we provide a full VIA solution? This is back to an earlier conversation. We have a budget that proposed a full VIA solution, which was why we went with the contract to begin with. What has transacted is we were directed to look at the data, was to take into consideration the desire of Denton, what we know about the fixed route ridership, the number of riders that would impact VIA currently on the system. So if we allow it to go away in the next week or so, would they be able to absorb the riders given the existing service? And correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be very challenging and not impossible to do that without impacting the rider experience in Louisville, Highland Village, and Denton. So
But I just want to be clear, because I don't want to put them in a position where, you know, yes, they're the experts and this is the proposal, this is the best thing going. Based on the scope of work they were asked to follow, which was to give Denton more bus ridership and all those things you just listed, that really limits the ability for them to say that there's a VIA solution or add-on that we could create.
Let me let me finish my thought. Not that you disrupted my thought, but let me finish the thought, which is what's being proposed collectively with the consultants and staff is to give the time. So we went back to the timeline on that second to last or third to last slide. It is to come back with that fully contemplated, what does fixed route service look like, pricing, the introduction of this trip planning module, and it may very well mean that there's yet more modifications to the service.
Which is the whole, like
Which is the
I
whole
asked
idea.
for, which couldn't be
done
provided at this meeting.
Correct.
So that's, yeah, so I want to be clear, because I think that nuance is important, that they could very well come back to us and say that there's a more limited scope, or there's a better way to do this, that this isn't the end.
Correct. And transit typically is about every 6 months.
Sure.
You continue to iterate, you look at the underperforming routes. You typically address the lower 10%, and you might add 10% somewhere else, but that's the cycle of looking at transit planning and evaluating it and coming back and making changes to your
Plus, they
service
had the
plan.
additional constraints of the timeline that we currently have, which is today.
Correct. Yes, thank you.
So then would that not be the assumption? Wasn't that the assumption though, that we were going to cut bus service? I mean, that was, so that we were assuming they were going to be able.
Right, and so
take all that, but
then
we
they were
didn't.
then they were asked to put bus service back in because of Denton's request.
Right. But did we have their number already of what it was going to cost for them to absorb if we got
No,
rid
we
of all?
don't have that number.
But yet we were going to do that.
Wait a minute, hold on. That, their original contract assumed that all connect service was going
It did. However, what I hear them saying is that the ridership that they projected is missing. It's different from what they expected. It's higher, whatever the variables are. Listen, I was in the trash business. You make a projection and you miss it, you miss it. I mean, there can be, Carrollton has a tornado and I got to pick up all their brush that laid out. I didn't budget for all those trucks and all the overtime. So I got to work with the partner to figure that out. So I think this is in that same.
Yeah, and the shape of the transit, the demand is different than what they originally communicated in that first meeting. It was assuming that in 2023, life returns to normal, traffic patterns return to normal. They said in this presentation, you would expect more density and more people traveling in the same pattern because they're going to work and they're coming home in the afternoon. And we're not seeing that. We're seeing a bunch of individual trips that are happening all over the area in the middle of the day. So I think that we have to give some grace there, that what we're seeing is a different outcome than what was originally estimated.
And I get they don't want to go 2 months in and say, hey, listen, I need a contract to pay a variance. I got to figure that out. So.
But all of that's not my comment, and maybe somebody needs to help me with that. My comment is that if we don't change what we have now, so we knew this back then, if we don't change, if we get rid of all the bus service, that would have assumed that VIA takes on all the service, right?
That is what they did.
But we made that decision without even knowing the cost.
No, they gave us the cost.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So we, right, so that's why then we did this, because we already knew that. So anyway.
I don't know what this is.
I think the concern, the issue is if we ask VIA, and VIA's right here, so they can certainly speak for themselves. If we answer the question, I think Vice Chair's making, how much more would it cost if we just had a VIA solution? We've heard that, right? Everybody understands it. How much more will it cost? That means we're going to need more vans, probably more operators, and there's going to be a cost associated with it. Then you could say, well, how much is this costing? How much is a full VIA solution costing? Assuming that the same ridership will be covered either way, right? Then you can see that it's relatively cost neutral. I did ask Marissa, and I did a real quick back of the napkin. You took all the ridership with VIA and you divided it by the cost for denominator, and you do the same thing with fixed route. The costs are within 10 or 15 cents of each other. So I think you're probably going to get to a point where, at least with current ridership, without the effect of the integration and the efficiency that you gain, is you're going to have to carry people. It's the question is, how do you choose to carry them? And if one's not more expensive than the other, then you would tend to think that what's being proposed would actually alleviate some of the impact to the GO zone. But the reason we gave these options was time needs to be provided so that we can come back to this board with a comprehensive analysis that in many ways may be, I won't say starting with a clean sheet of paper, because that assumes that everything goes away. Many of these rides go to the same destination. Whether you serve them with an on-demand van or you serve it with a fixed route, they're still going to go to the Walmart, to the grocery stores, to all these physical locations. The question is, how do you move people most efficiently? And what's being recommended is to give the consultants the staff time to come back with the perfect picture of the future.
I just wanted it today. I just wanted it today to be able to make a better, to Pat's earlier point. I wanted to see the continuum of options, not just the one.
Yes. Yes, and I rarely do it exactly the same way twice, but I'll make an attempt. So
Why don't we look at the recommendation, like what the motion would be as it relates to route, and then direction. The remainder 3 paragraphs that you read as far as what you want.
it was 3 sentences, Joe. I mean, it's written down. So on the item that you have before you, the motion, can I just make a motion and we can discuss it? Okay, so I would move that we adopt option 2 for Denton Connect only for December 21st, 2021 through September 22nd, 2022. And I think the rest of what I said is superfluous to the actual agenda item.
So you have a motion. And this would be the revised routes, limiting 1, 2, 3, 4.
No. So
Yeah.
as proposed, in other words, I had, when I considered it, it's just this will be just discussion. I'm not trying, I'm just clarifying my motion, not trying to change it. Okay, so when I contemplated this myself and discussed it with other people, I thought the routes we ought to keep are 2, 3, 6, and 7. Okay, but I have also not wanted to be in the route designing business anymore. I'm really tired of it. I don't think I'm very good at it, and so we tasked our consultants with designing the best routes to mesh with VIA in Denton. They did. We should go with that recommendation because I don't think we ought to be doing it. And 2, because if it doesn't work, I want to be clear about who's responsible. And I don't want it to be me because I ignored their advice about route design. Okay, so I want to be able to blame other people. Okay, and specifically the other people sitting over there. Okay.
So what? So wait, well, I want to be clear. What routes then are you recommending? 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, so the financial
Gotcha.
impact is $1,019,290. The option 2 is a route design would, as I understand it, carry forward the current routes through approximately March, and then the new routes that they proposed would go into effect, including the revised Route 4 or 5, however you want to describe it. So the only route you would lose in Denton under their proposal is 1.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Understood. Is there a second? You still seconding that, Costa? Basically, he's asking for all of what was asked there, Denton Connect. Yes. She is shaking.
Yes, Denton, the option 2, Denton Connect only, not Louisville. I agree with TJ that's I don't think that's necessary. And I really like the idea of having one city that has a blend and one city that doesn't over this period of time, so we can compare what happens. I think it's a great way to experiment. And what I've said for however long I've been on this board is we're going to have to try stuff, and some of it's going to work and some of it's not going to work. And we don't have many opportunities like this to really look at this is a great experiment. We have a control, we have non-control, and we have a partner in Louisville who's willing to kind of bite the bullet. And
So I'm willing to bite some of the bullet, but I do want to put some context in this, but I don't want to short circuit Scissors process.
Okay. So motion and second. Discussion.
When you do that, you take a tremendous percentage of the total budget and drop it in Denver to the detriment of south of the bridge. in my opinion.
The budget is $1 million.
But they get 4 routes, we get none.
I know, I just asked the
I
question.
mean, yeah, so I don't know what the percent is, but,
I think Raymond knows.
but that's 400,000 a route. So, but that's my issue. We're gonna do that as a board, then I think there needs to be some equity coming the other way. There's 2 things that I could see that would make sense for Louisville and for the southern part of the district, Highland Village included. One is that we keep our flat rate. We don't have a mileage rate in this zone. Because we are not trying to move people to fixed bus routes. We don't have a hybrid. So we get a $6 route, whatever that is. I mean, if we stay at 75 cents, if we move to $1.50, whatever that.
He's not, whatever they,
Well, I'm saying whatever that, so if whatever the base rate is for Denton, and then there's a mileage rate, we don't get mileage rates. Okay, that would be one. The other one is that I would, and I don't know if this is the case now, so you bear with me. Are the UNT zones geofenced away? Can I, any area that is serviced by a UNT route currently, can I also get there with GoZone?
Let's go ahead and get a mic.
the way the system is designed is there's a geofence around the university.
So the current, so those routes can't be double, they're not double
You know
covered?
what? Rather than me try to answer, why don't we
Yeah.
ask them?
Yeah,
around the core part of the UNT campus that is excluded. There are no pickups or drop-offs. Vehicles do not travel within there. That is the core part of the core square of the campus that's defined by 4 different borders. That does not extend all the way down across exactly where that entire network extends.
I'd like to see some sort of modification to that connection where if they're within a quarter mile on the south side or whatever that is, that they have to get to a fixed route to get to where they want to go. But if you're from outside the district, you can come in. I don't know if that's possible. You get what? So let's say I have no idea about the geography, so bear with me. So let's say Fry Street is covered, right, by 7, and I'm on the south side, but I just want to get to the other end of Fry Street. I'm within a walking distance of that, whatever route that is. I should not have a go zone option. But if I were half a mile away, 3/4 of a mile away, 2 miles away, I could get in to Fry Street.
I understand the logic. Here's the problem.
Okay.
You have people that live, you have people that have homes or live in apartments that are not students that live in that same geography. So we're going to have to talk to UNT. That was my first knee-jerk reaction as well. Let's just expand the area out a quarter of a
Well,
mile.
and now I'm trying to figure that out, right? Yeah.
Right. So if you expand it a quarter of a mile, now you have people that live in that quarter of a mile that say, well, wait a minute, I'm a resident of Louisville, or I'm a resident of Denton in this case. Why am I excluded just because I have a house that's within that quarter of a mile? I shouldn't be excluded from it. So that's, I think, part of the challenge. I completely get where you're going. I started thinking if we pulled that map up at the university and we created a zone around that and said we don't provide those zone in that area, then you would really have to take one of those routes to get to the city center or take another fixed route. Okay. I think that's the issue though, is you can't necessarily dictate where people live right now. So you might have somebody complaining that I've been harmed because you didn't want go zone people or students riding. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Well,
stop talking
and
now.
this was an ask just to see if I could go a little bit further. They did mention that we could use pricing structures to push in that area. Do you guys still think? First of all, do you understand where I'm coming from? And second of all, do you think that there's a mechanism that we can create to make that happen?
Are you talking about the price? The part
To-
around
to-
UNT?
To migrate or push as many people as we can to that fixed route and that in that section that's right there next to campus. That I get it. It's got a mix. But we're providing free service for a lot of students and they're taking the paid service and moving that resource away from the rest of the city. So is there a pricing pressure we can create that will help with that? Okay. Yeah. Right. Just retina scan them. We'll find it. We got a database somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's difficult. I get it. So.
And one thing we have done, just to add it on, which I don't know, this would probably require some cooperation from UNT, is if they wanted students to sign up with their student email addresses or something like that, we could identify them that way. So there may be ways to do it, but that would require, I think, more UNT buy-in.
Got it.
I have a question, possibly for Joe. Would it be within posting for us to, take a vote on the motion on the floor, which is only regarding Denton Connect? And then after, take a vote on another motion related to Louisville Connect? Or does it all have to be done in one motion?
I have an issue with that because if my hook gets disconnected from your issue, then
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Okay. Mhm.
I think,
And there could be
Okay.
amendments made to the motion.
so
on
I
the
think we
floor.
got the gist of it. So any more discussion on this particular
what
motion?
Route 5? Yeah, whatever we're calling. It's been called 5. When does that start? Okay, I would want it to be March. I think we need to table that for data because now it's another route, another asset that's going in. I'd rather have that all be made at the same time. Until March, when these guys come back and say, this route 5-2 is what we think makes sense. Because that's what we're asking them to do, right?
Well, I think we have a motion, and if the motion passes, then you guys implement it. I'm really not interested in discussing the route issue anymore. Well, until June. Let me be clear to the public. I always love route. When they are proposing to come back to the board with additional modifications.
I'm Cesar, I'm not going to be in favor of this unless I have a guarantee that I'm going to get a minimum number of vehicles in Louisville Highland Village so that I don't have situations where I have nothing. Okay. And I will not be in favor if I don't have an agreement that we're going to have the same base. We're just going to have the base price and no mileage adjustment.
Can that be proposed as an amendment to the motion on the floor?
I'd be happy to do that as an amendment if.
Sam, you want to make an
Yeah, I
amendment here?
propose an amendment that we
Sir.
make it a part of this
Motion.
that the base rate in Louisville will be the same as the base rate in Denton, and that Louisville's users will not be charged any additional distance charges, whether or not those are implemented for the Denton
Louisville
service
Highland
area.
Village.
Louisville Highland Village, and I think that service area, there are one, correct?
Castleton.
have a motion, we have a revised motion in a second.
Do we have that minimum number of vehicles?
I
I'll let
think-
you guys decide what that is.
I think we need to discuss that. I didn't know that, I didn't,
It's something that we've already.
I mean, I've got hour headways today on Connect. So if you guys tell me it's 40 minutes, I'm okay with that. I want to be at 15, but how do we balance that? It's all about load balancing.
To sort of clarify and summarize, if the motion that's on the floor passes, the result would be Louisville Connect service would be discontinued after December 6th. There is a verbal agreement that Louisville and Highland Village Go Zone customers will be paying whatever the flat rate is in Denton with no additional mileage charges. And that Denton Connect service will continue under its current configuration until approximately March, at which point the proposed changes from our consultants would go into effect. Is that correct? That's the motion that's on the floor, but it sounds like there's correct. Yeah, that's included in the proposed changes. Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, we can't hear. Excuse me, Chair Molina, you can barely be heard.
Okay, let me try again. So the motion on the floor is elimination of route DC1, LC21, LC22, adding a future DC5. The base pricing will be the same in Louisville, Highland Village, and Denton. However, Denton will have an additional mileage-based pricing element as determined by our consultants. Everybody clear on the motion?
I don't think we're insisting that they do that. That they add a mileage base. It's just if they do.
I said, if
Yeah.
there is, there would be, it would be in Denton.
That is
If
my
there is.
motion.
And we'll leave that to the consultants to determine what's appropriate. Everybody clear on the motion? Okay, then I will call for a vote. All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye or raising their hands.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Let's move on to item number 4.
Can I make a motion right away?
Yes.
We do have a significant issue. My people don't know the bus routes are ending because it has not been clearly communicated.
I think they should communicate that.
So you got 4 days.
Today.
What are we going to do? Are we going to extend it by another week or two for 21 and 22 so we can get band ambassadors out there on the buses and make that happen? What direction do you need? Because but in 4 days, my city's going to be those folks that are riding Connect. Granted, it's a small number.
You know, it'd be nice if someone would make a motion to extend routes LC 21 and 22 through the end of the year. That will give people through the holidays, give them time. Change. Find a good date. That's what I'm looking for. I'll entertain a motion before I move to item 4.
It's only a whole month. Come on. Joe, if this works for you, I'd be good with the 17th of December. If that time frame works for staff, then we can get it done. Is that enough time? Yeah, that's what I got to find out. We could take it through. We could take it through the 24th, Christmas Eve.
So Joe, you get to write the letter to people saying that we're discontinuing
Great, still
jobs
Christmas.
December 24th.
We're talking route. It just needs to be done.
Yeah.
All right. Make a motion that we extend routes, Louisville routes 21 and 22 through the 24th of December for notification purposes for ridership to move to GO zone.
All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Okay. Now let's move on to item 4. And let me get my bearings straight. Okay. Consider approval of resolution R21-10 approving budget revisions 2022-03 for fixed route service extension. Marissa.
Yes, sir. Let me confirm that I've kept up with the decision. So we do not currently have as one of the options calculated the extension of Louisville service 21 and 22 through December 24th. So we can come back at next month's board meeting and determine if a budget revision is needed for those next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I
We
would
can bring
imagine
that back.
Not a whole lot of money, and with this $1 million we're approving, things are okay for a while. Correct?
And so then based on the decision for Denton Connect option 2, which is service through the end of the fiscal year for the remaining routes, that total would be $1,019,290. And Keisha, I don't recall if there is another slide after this one or not.
I think to make it easy, what's being proposed is option 2.
Option 2 for that
With one exception,
Modified.
the modification to, I'm sorry, Marissa, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
So
I believe we're going for option 2, which is budget revision 2022-03B, specifically for Denton fixed route, for a total of $1,019,290, and that will be serviced through the end of the fiscal year for Denton fixed route.
I move approval.
Got a motion, second, any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 5, discussion regarding Dallas Air Rapid Transit DART lease agreement for use of Denton County Transportation Authority DCTA operations and maintenance facility. Paul Christine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We're bringing this item before you to provide you an update on the follow-up to the interlocal agreement that was signed on November the 18th that called for the creation of a lease agreement between DART and DCTA for expansion of that facility to the joint rail operations facility that would house the Silver Line equipment as well as our A-train equipment. This slide illustrates on the right-hand side what is being proposed for lease. It's the portion of the rail operation and maintenance facility site that you see there in the upper right. And it is the southernmost 5.3 miles of the A-train corridor between the rail operations and maintenance facility and Ishmaeli Circle, where our network stops today. We're taking this action following a timeline of events you see that are up on the left, starting in last November, when we first broached the idea, when staff first broached the idea about potential collaboration on joint rail operations. Like I mentioned, This board and the DART board approved the ILA in October. Last month, the appraisal was finalized. The appraisal was conducted at the request of DART with our cooperation, and in order to identify a value, and the interlocal agreement was executed November 18th. And we're targeting January to finalize a lease agreement with DART and get underway immediately with the design of what will become the future expansion of the facility to house the Silverline equipment. The ILA contemplates 3 phases of this arrangement. The first phase would be to prepare the site for Silverline equipment delivery and testing next May. We expect, should the facility expansion go forward, right now that the target date is May of 2023. And then once that facility is in place, then we are in the long-term operations and maintenance phase. We briefed the chair and vice chair last week on the financial terms of the lease agreement based on the outcomes of the appraisal. And that's what we'll walk through with you today in detail. Raymond, anything else you'd like to address on this one?
No, keep going, Paul. Thank you.
Okay, so next slide, please. So like I said, I'm going to walk you through the appraisal methodology, which led to the valuation that's in the lease agreement to DART. We contracted with Stateside Real Estate for the appraisal and the drafting of a lease agreement, and then Stateside subcontracted with Lowry Property Advisors, who's done a lot of work on this unique rail corridor valuation with TRE, DART, and Trinity Metro here in the region. The appraisal was comprised of 3 different components: the land of the rail operations and maintenance facility, the facility itself, and then the railroad and support systems, which is really the communications and signaling backbone of that southernmost 5.3 miles. So we'll start up at the land. It's a pretty straightforward evaluation based off of comparable properties of commercial light industrial use, 47.5 acres. The 30 acres of the site that is off to the upper left of the previous picture is not included in the valuation because it won't be used. And the valuation concluded from the comparables was $4.50 a square foot of land. So 47.5 acres at $4.50 a square foot gets to $9.3 million. Next, on the facility, it's comprised of 46,200, give or take, square feet of area. And this valuation is based on 2010 actual costs that have been inflated by 25.3% per the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, accounting for inflation and cost growth over the period of time since it was constructed. That structure valuation plus the gate and fencing improvements leads a facility valuation at $27 million. And then number 3, go down to the railroad support systems. Recall that the entire valuation of the railroad, the 21.2 miles between Denton and Carrollton, or Ishmaeli Circle rather, is about $242 million. We're only evaluating the southernmost 5.3 miles, and we landed at $59.5 million in that valuation, comprised of the 2 tables you see below, the railway track and the railway support systems. Again, this is based on actual costs from 2010, inflated by that same 25.3% metric, yielding the valuation for the facility and the railway support systems at $86.5 million. So then we derived the appraised value, or the appraiser derived the appraised value. You see the 86.5 million in the upper right there. We're allowed 15% for indirect costs, bringing the total replacement costs of the lease area, leased assets, to be 99.5 million, less depreciation for short-term and short life and long life items, plus the land value back at the upper left, the 9.3 million. That's how we conclude the value at $88.95 million. Any questions on that? Okay, next slide, please. So in the upper left here, you see the appraised value at $88.95 million. The capitalization rate is the target rate that we are seeking as the annual income stream based on the valuation of the facility. So at 6%, we're targeting an annual net operating income for the lease improvements at $5.3 million. We then look at what is the proportionate share of the overall valuation between the maintenance facility and the rail system itself. And that's important because DART we assume that DART will consume different amounts of capacity for each of those systems. So on the maintenance facility comprises about a third of the total valuation at 27 million of the 86.5 million that we talked about on the last slide. And 2/3 of that is on the rail system, 59.5 of the $86.5 million. The DART share table that you see there is our projection as to what DART will consume in the first year and the second year of their operation. Recall that in the first year, the equipment will be in one phase of use and will be for a portion of that year. And then in year 2, we expect more use. So by factoring the amount, the valuation of the rail facility by those shares, that's how we get to the estimated annual lease payments in year 1 and year 2. We also, under the terms of the lease, get to charge DART for their share of what we expect our operating expenses to be. So the table on the upper right shows our projections for fiscal year 2022 on operating expenses for the maintenance facility and the rail system at $165,000 and just over $1 million respectively. We factor those numbers by the same share of consumption for the maintenance facility and the rail system to get to an estimated annual operating expense. By combining or taking that to a monthly rate alongside the annual lease payment, taking that to a monthly rate, we get to the table at the bottom left of the slide showing that in year 1, the total monthly charge of the lease plus the operating expenses is about $43,800 a month. And in year 2, the monthly charge is $105,900 a month. We would expect that after year 1, we would have the chance to reevaluate based on actual utilization as well as after year 2. And then the next step would be a lease for the long-term maintenance and operation, again, with the chance to adjust these figures based on actual consumption. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, or Raymond, for any additional comments before questions from the board.
First off, I just want to thank all stepping in the last couple of weeks. There's been a lot of work that has transpired between DCTA and DART to get to this point. The lease, as you see it here, has been conveyed to DART along with the appraisal. They've asked for backup on the entire appraisal. The reason that we're only looking at the southern, let's say 6 miles of the railroad is because approximately just north of our operating facility is proximal to where the link down to Schmaley Circle and eventually down to Carrollton. That's the area that DART would occupy during their testing and commissioning phase. And so it really doesn't make a lot of sense to add the additional appraised value to the rest of the rail facility. Nevertheless, DART has asked for a copy of the whole thing. They do have an appraiser on staff. They looked at it. Initial response from their appraiser is that what our appraisal looks apparently is fair and reasonable. We are trying to schedule a meeting. I've already talked to their vice president of rail development, and they're thankful to DCTA for getting the lease agreement to them. We should be sitting down in the next handful of days to start having conversations about how do they feel about the number. It's been conveyed also to DART that there's a willingness and a desire of our board to wrap this up and get the lease going. I will also state that there's been considerable work already to prepare for the construction phase. We do need to sit down when we do with DART to talk about making sure that that DCTA is not financing the cost of the construction, so there'll need to be some form of payment to get started, and then we bill as we go. So I think we're in good standing right now, time-wise, to get the lease completed. We will share the scope of services for the engineering work with DART and the ILA. It contemplates that DART and DCTA will evaluate the scope of services and then we'll partner as we go along. So all that's being conveyed over to them this week, and we should be sitting down next week to start discussing we just wanted to share with the board kind of where we are at this point.
Okay. Well, thank you. I know I'm gonna turn it over to the other directors, but I do want to thank you and Paul for all your hard work. I appreciate all this, and do convey to their staff and their board, this board is willing to be a regional partner to start in every sense of it. Other board members?
I just, are we on track to see resolved document by January meeting?
That's the plan. Okay. Other directors? Okay. Discussion item. So with that, we'll close this item and move on to item 6, discussion regarding project management office activities related to task order number 2 with Accenture LLP. Chris Newport present.
I found the microphone.
I think so for the sake of the public.
Okay.
I just want to do it for fun.
As has been my custom on this item, particularly as we've had lengthy discussions at the board meetings that I've provided to you previously in writing, so I won't belabor the point. I think the bulk of our effort has been involved in preparing for the discussion that we just had. The other material update since we last spoke, I believe, is related to the resumed discussions about a potential interlocal agreement with Trinity Metro around bus operations and maintenance and potential partnership there. The discussions have gone well, and both parties have agreed to simplify the potential initial use cases for a potential partnership to align and start working together sooner, potentially. And those primarily are around 2 different areas: parts management and fleet management as well. So, and the meeting was postponed, the last 2 pending the outcome of the decision made today. So we will resume discussions with Trinity Metro next week. If there are any questions from the board, Mayor, I'm happy to attempt to
I
answer.
feel seen.
Questions from board members? Anyone? Oh,
Be another material update, excuse me for ignoring this. On the ERP sourcing, staff made good progress. We presented the differentiating requirements. Staff is proceeding. They've contacted the shortlisted vendors and are scheduling demos, have requested initial documentation in response to the differentiating requirements. So they're moving at pace to identify an alternative to the current solution.
Vice Chair, do you have a question?
I got 3. Dashboard going live for board. Did you send us a link? I don't recall.
Dashboard going live
for the board to actually see the ozone dashboards.
So what needs to happen, Mayor, for the dashboard to be live is there needs to be a license put in place for the agency for Power BI to be able to do that.
I know
So
exactly which one that is. Okay.
There are a couple, but happy to pick that up with.
No, just looking for an ETA at some point. So that'd be great. Do we have an update on the Go Zone Go Pass integration?
We had a discussion with, yes, had a discussion with Raymond. Would you prefer to respond or shall I? Had a discussion with DART on that subject, and what we agreed, DART, since they are working through the integration with the Trinity Metro via and Trinity Metro, was to understand the key functionality that DCTA was looking for and the use cases and features that DCTA would like to see so that they could incorporate that into the development cycle and configurations of the Trinity Metro aspect, but asked if we could wait to tackle the DCTA component and the integration until after the Trinity Metro is complete, which should be we agreed that the conversations would resume February.
Okay. Super. And then how are the Trinity Metro conversations going? We've been dealing a lot with bus operation issues in this previous several hours of conversation. I would think that they'd really be able to help us.
I think the parties generally agree. Raymond, I don't know if you care to characterize it, but we've had several very promising. The conversations have always been open and collaborative. More recently, I think we found, pending the outcome of the discussion today, was a large open item which impacted the scale and scope and potential benefits that could be realized from an interlocal agreement with Trinity Metro. Having agreed to focus initially on those use cases where, whatever the scale, Trinity Metro has some capabilities that could address some pain points that DCTA is experiencing with respect to more the maintenance side of and parts operations as well.
A lot of this dragging out, if you will, of the process on both sides, we've run into distractions with COVID, the personnel issues on both sides, people turning over, people that you were expecting to be here and to execute on both sides, finding employment elsewhere. So there's been some pause because they were also doing a comprehensive deployment of their new fixed route service that they had asked us 4 or 5 months ago to press pause until that was accomplished. It also gave us some time to maybe rethink how we engage with Trinity Metro. So there were a lot of items on that ILA that were contemplated. And I think our approach was to try to perfect it before we sign it. And there's a lot of low-hanging fruit parts. They have a tremendous shop that does body work. There's a lot of areas where we can start seeing efficiencies, licensing of software. And I mean, both entities generally agree that those are things we can start moving on pretty much right away with the progressive interlocal agreement and just bring it back and modify. The thing that we were holding pressing pause on most was what do we do with the labor, and they're experiencing similar issues as we are. So we felt like we could make a lot of progress when we get 70% of where we want with the ILA process, and then address the labor collectively.
Is the goal to have an agreement on labor before our next budget cycle?
I don't see why we wouldn't have it by then.
I tend to agree with you.
I don't want to speak on behalf of.
Of course, they're not here, but I think
If
I
it's not
wouldn't
been
rule that out.
communicated, that would be a goal that I would love to see. Because I would hate to have to manage this through
The biggest issue was what level of service was
Right.
DCTA going to provide.
Right.
And I think they felt uncomfortable agreeing to any language until we kind of understood what we had to do.
Well, part
That's
of
been
asking the
solved.
question was to express what I don't know if the rest of the board agrees, but I'd love to have an ILA handled with the labor component.
That might take us into April, May, June, but as we get to,
That's
just want
fair.
to make sure I'm clear that when we get to the board's approval of the budget, that's all been documented.
Thank you.
I think we can do that.
If I could just get clarification on the Go Zone, Go Pass integration, is the goal to have riders use just one app to access all of the services offered by DCTA or Trinity Metro? Or are these still going to be separate apps that just work together?
That is an open item,
Okay.
but it is Metro is the end result will be 2 apps.
Okay.
But the functionality you will be able, if you purchase a regional fare, Go Pass, that will be recognized in the zip zone Trinity Metro app, for instance. So
Okay.
you'd have interoperability in that way, but there would still be 2 front ends
Okay.
for the users to interact with.
Okay, and is the idea that DCTA users would have a similar kind of 2-app setup?
That has been the discussion and generally the
I like it.
conclusions.
The reason for it is, well, first off, folks like variety in applications. They may use it in different ways. So people that are traveling from the dark service area to go to TW or UNT and their primary application is GoZone, because they don't have Via's software. You would hope they'd be able to use that application to provide wherever they need to. The real integration here is on the back office, the transaction processing, so that we can more things.
Okay, yeah. Payment.
And then people that are using the system within our 3-member cities, if their go-to app is the VIA application, especially if they're doing this route planning and trip, if that's their go-to app, we would prefer that they still have the option to use that. Or if there's functionality that goes on app that they have that as well. So I don't know that anyone is interested. I'd say anyone, likely Trina Metro and DCTA are not prepared to make the commitment that we would just all transition over to the Go Pass, because there's functionality that exists in one and functionality that exists in the other, and it's kind of hard to say that one's better than the other at this point.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
Other questions? Okay. Move on to item 7. I guess we can stay there. This is discuss task order number 3 with Accenture for Transformation Initiative Priority Project Implementation Services. Chris Newport.
So I'm actually going to take the lead on this one. Task order number 3. This is something that we want to talk about with the board. Don't like to surprise the board and ask for you to approve something you haven't seen before. So as you recall, we did a 5-year agreement with Accenture, set up as a task order type of contract. The second task order was for a project management office to be set up to help us progress through all of these strategic initiatives. We're coming up at the end of this task order in January, so we would bring back another request to extend, not necessarily the PMO office the way it is, but I've asked Chris to come back and be very specific around the tasks that we're going to ask them to do and price their services associated with each task. So we will be bringing back in January a list of a scope of items and costs associated with the services that will end us into a portion of FY 20. Anything you want to add?
So the items that were included in the board packet reflect the discussions that we've had so far, initial priority items that you asked in terms of.
So these are probably timing questions more than anything. If we're looking to outsource over to Trinity, are we holding off on purchasing the parts management software?
Parts management and there's an operations module that workforce management stuff,
Okay.
which is deployed by some of the larger transit authorities.
I just hate to pull the trigger on that software and then say, oh, Trinity's got it.
Raymond, if you don't mind, Mayor, I think what was contemplated on that item, the lower hand corner,
Yes,
right? Is prep any support, scope or to
Well, then-
excuse me, prepare for assumption of service.
Yeah, and that goes to the training
Spin
question.
cubing and et cetera.
Okay. And then does Trinity have a digital contactless fare system that we might be able to hop into?
I don't think they have a contact.
Okay.
And
And
we're contemplating, we've had several conversations about that.
Okay,
We have money trying to do that.
Right.
It's a good way to go. Again, a lot of this is what does our service look like, what vehicle we have a whole discussion of the technology, how labor intensive for us to gather ridership data. A contactless system, a camera system, both have much better resolution.
just curious if that was part of the Trinity, but if we're dealing with Dart or somebody else where we can leverage that, of course, that's always good. Thanks, that's all I had on 7.
Any other questions on 7?
Just wanted to ask if it would be within the scope of services you could provide to facilitate a strategic session amongst the board. We've been asked very specifically by our appointing
Well, we're
body.
still on 7. We haven't
Number
gone to-
eight.
we
Number
haven't
eight
gone
is
to-
exactly that.
That's the next item.
I just want to get to it. No,
Sam has a new
no,
process.
here's my question. Will your
Yes, sir.
task order bid include, can it include?
Yes,
the
sir.
service? Okay. See, I'm on the right agenda.
Okay, okay.
They were
All
just
right,
not organized in the correct manner.
I misunderstood. I beg your pardon. Any other questions on item 7, Accenture and Transformation Initiative? Priority projects? None? Okay. Before you sit down, Chris, I understand you may have a concern with ending. I'm gonna just ask you a question, and then I may have to open up another item. But do you have a concern on DC 20, Louisville Connect and DC 346? Yes or no?
No,
No, okay.
after further review.
Yeah.
So long as council is comfortable with the notice period, operationally, no.
Yep. Okay, that's all. You can sit down. All right. Well, maybe not.
Chris.
Since you opened that up, yeah, we have one more cleanup. I'm gonna ask highlight what the concern might be. Whether we want to open something up. All right, we're gonna, for the viewing public, we're gonna reopen item number 3, consider service modifications effective December 5th, 2021. Staff, do you have something you want to share with?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm so sorry. I know that Mr. Burke is so ready to go home at this point. But I just want to clarify that the motion that was made on item 3 was to terminate routes 1, 21, and 22. And then Mayor Gilmore made the motion to extend route 21 and 22 through December 24th. I just want to make sure it's the will of this board that we move forward with terminating route 1 on Monday, December 6th. That was not included in the motion.
I'd be willing to modify my motion to include Route 1.
Well, my understanding of Route 1 was that the elimination of Route 1 was part of the proposed changes to the Denton Connect service, which would be implemented no later than March.
That would include the elimination of 1 at a set date. It's just ending. So you would have to vote to extend 1 for a period of time to allow them to be notified. But the way it was made, 1 ends, and then they 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 stay on for a period of time so they can then up to 90 days, but they can do it sooner.
Okay. Well, I move to include, I suppose, Denton Connect Route 1 in the with the Louisville Connect routes that are being extended through December 24th.
This is second that. Okay. So revised motion includes extending routes DC 1, LC 21 and 22 through December 24th, 2021, at which point they will be terminated. All in favor? Discussion?
So approved option 2 earlier, is that not December 1st, or is that just December 21 through September 22?
That takes all the changes become immediate. Now, I want you to take action, and the next motion was to fund it through the end of the fiscal year. Any other questions?
And the funding amount of $1,019,290 was for Denton fixed route service through September 30th of 2022.
Through
still
Yeah,
valid.
we're just
Okay.
we're just bolting
We'll just
Route
bolt it.
1, Route 1's extension to notify
Right.
people
Yeah, give them
to
the,
the Louisville.
give them the 3.5 weeks. Okay. Okay. Everybody clear on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Passes. Thank you. Now we'll close item 3. I can't feel it.
All I know is Joe's on a different list from Santa right now.
Item number 8, discuss and provide direction regarding future board strategic work session. Raymond Suarez and Chris Newport. Raymond, you want to tee it up?
Yes, I'll tee this up. So, Sam was preemptive here and was requesting that the board, staff certainly wants the board's direction on a strategic guidance to form our budgeting process as we move forward. We've made a tremendous amount of progress over the last couple of years. Thanks to Accenture, working with the board to set priorities on initiatives. Those were initiatives that wasn't necessarily strategic. So I think everyone here is excited to spend some time together to talk about the future of DCTA. We're looking for a date. My hope is that we can find a date in late January or February to have this offsite. I'm going to turn it over to Chris to kind of talk about what we're going to try to do with preparatory work for that, and then ask the board to put up their calendars for this day. Chris?
Okay, so envisioning a full day workshop and what we would seek to do to prepare the board staff to make the most use together in the room is do as much of the review and recap of the planning that has gone on to date, the things that would be inputs that the board would want to consider when making strategic planning decisions like the long range financial plan, the strategic initiatives that we developed and where the progress made so far on those from the transformation roadmap, et cetera. Those would be circulated as part of a pre-read, as well as some survey questions for the board to complete on your own reflection, and then submit back to us. We would compile all that information and provide a view of individual member priorities in our typical anonymized way that we've used with the board previously when we've solicited feedback from you individually on a given topic. So we'd repeat that, use that in a slightly different way, and then the day of would be carried out fairly similar for those of you that participated in a few of the workshops that we conducted in phase 1 of our partnership with you. We begin with it'd be a mix of interactive activities, some brainstorming, collaborative discussion. Hopefully we reach consensus on the board's disposition towards a number of things, but look to begin in the morning, have some breakfast, have some lunch, and conclude early afternoon, but otherwise have a good, empowering, hopefully creative, energizing discussion.
There will be a forum, so we'll have that posted or conducted at the.
But we, similarly to excuse me, Raymond, I'm sorry. Similar to the past workshops that we've conducted with the board, we would not be seeking, we would not be asking the board to take any formal action at the workshop. So you'll probably see a resurrection of the Fist of 5 again, other consensus gathering techniques, but that would be the limit. No formal action.
If we need more time, then we would like to break that.
All right, so dates.
My calendar wouldn't even go to the 24th. What do you want?
Monday, Friday, in the middle of the week, what's their kind of flavor? Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts? 5 o'clock? On Thursday? Okay. Me too. Want to do it on a Friday? trying to figure out what- I don't think there's an RTC on the 28th.
Friday, the 28th, the day after board meeting.
Everybody was in a good mood. I'm tied up. That's Friday the 4th. I'm open on the 11th, the 18th. Every 11th. What is it? 18th? That's it.
Much is it worth to you? I can make the 18th work. 23, right? No, 2023.
Every 18th.
It's- President's Day the following.
We get like a
Monday.
date. Oh. That's what I was thinking. I don't know. Okay. Friday. Workshop.
Rough start time, 9-ish, 3-ish.
We just walk out the whole day. You guys want us to be here at 8, 9, 10,
7:30.
cocktail time? I don't know.
8, earlier is better.
You can't out early
No.
me. Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't picked a location yet, so
8:30. Let's pick 8:30. Let's just say 8, and we'll actually start at 8:30.
Yeah, we'll have breakfast, and then if you want to eat,
That's right. You want to
eat,
eat?
get here around 8. If you
is,
wanna
is the
not,
intent to be here?
I'll let you decide. Probably better if you do it offsite, but I'll let you guys decide.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
The new courthouse in Denton County would have space, and Andy has been looking for opportunities for people to come up and be involved up there, so.
Great space.
That's a great idea. Let me,
Let me give her.
choked out by our IT department. I want to make sure that the public don't have visibility. So we do have insurance. Historically.
All right, now let's move on to, well, before I move on, I did say that I was going to let the board members have, if they had any questions or concerns with the calendar, this is what's being proposed. So kind of look at it. If there's a board meeting that's causing you grief, this would be a good time to bring it up. Looks like we have no board meetings in November or December. Or is that something we're going to think about? We're going to think about that. Okay. All right.
You're asking me to look more than 72 hours out.
That's-
Whatever.
Okay, all right, all right. I wanted to make sure the board had an
So
opportunity.
far, so
to
good.
Comment. I'm hearing no comments. Okay, fair enough. Guys, you're getting worn down. Okay, let's move on then to item number 9, federal legislative updates. Presenter Chris Julio, be online, and Brittany Farr. Brittany, are you going to tee it up or?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Brittany Farr, Relations for DCTA. I have the privilege from Capital Edge. Chris is on presentation up in DC, and he's providing updates to the activity that's taken place in DC over the past couple of weeks. He and his team have been hard at work doing all the updates for us and get those to you. So without further ado, Chris, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks,
Awesome.
Brittany.
Thank you so much. I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Chair and board members. Thanks for your time. I know it's been a long day for you. I did want to give you a brief update, though, on some pretty exciting news that happened here in Washington, D.C. Now last month in November, after almost 6 years of lots of talk about infrastructure investment. Congress passed and the president signed into law what's now known as the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And next slide, please, if you could. And as you can see, it's about a $1.2 trillion package of a variety of what we call traditional infrastructure, water resources, transportation, cybersecurity, broadband, things like that. Of that 1.2 trillion, I sort of categorize about 550 billion of that as new spending. And that is sort of investments in places that Congress wasn't likely to invest in anyway. There are a few places, and I'll talk a little bit about that, especially in transportation, that Congress was likely to do even if they weren't able to get an infrastructure bill done. The majority of the spending of that new spending are either through competitive grants, and a lot of the Department of Transportation money is through competitive grant programs, or through state formulas. Very few sort of direct funding out of that new portion is directly to either local governments, transit agencies, things like that. The bill was crafted by a bipartisan group of senators in sort of consultation with the White House this summer, a little bit to the consternation of folks in the House who had their own infrastructure bill that they were kind of ready to tee up. It was bigger, and some might say was bolder than what this IIJA that was eventually passed. But that's what could pass both the House and the Senate, and so that's what the president sort of accepted. The IIJA also, as I was about to mention, includes a 5-year reauthorization of the highway transit and rail programs at the Department of Transportation. The former law governing those programs was known as the FAST Act. It was last passed in 2015. So that was extended for 5 years. And again, like I said, signed into law by the president on November 15th. So, next slide, please. So I assume that, sort of the big question that you folks have is, this huge infrastructure bill, what do we get? So here's sort of a little bit of an outline of what DCTA we think can get and should be expected to receive from this. As I mentioned, the quote unquote new spending in this infrastructure bill is mostly competitive in nature, but there are new competitive grant programs, big increases for competitive grant programs at DOT that DCTA would be eligible for the purchase of electric buses, for instance, the low and no emissions vehicle grant program, which is an existing program that was authorized in 2015 at about $55 million per year, will receive about $1 billion per year over the next 5 years from this bill. There's a new railroad grade crossings program, some new investment in that, and a new rail vehicle replacement program. They're calling it a state of good repair program, but it's mostly focused on rail vehicle replacement. In the reauthorization section, that 5-year transportation reauthorization section, the federal formula programs that fund a lot of DC operations and capital projects received increases on the average about 36% increases over current levels for those. So it's estimated that over the next 5 years through those federal formula programs, DCTA will receive approximately $61.4 million over the next 5 years. And that averages out to a little over $12 million a year. Right now, DCTA receives about $9 million per year from those programs. So we can expect on average about a $3 million increase in those formula programs for DCTA. It's sort of, I think it'll start somewhere around 11 million in fiscal year 22 and then gradually increase each year till it gets to about 12.88 million, I believe, in FY 2026. So for about an average of a little over $12 million a year. When can we get this money? When is it going to be available? Again, that sort of depends on a few things. With regard to the formula funds, it's the increases will start in fiscal year 22, which has formally started here on October 1 in Washington, D.C. However, it's not really started because Congress hasn't approved a formal FY22 budget yet. So once Congress does that, and that might not be until early next year now, we might not see that until February of 2022. That's when we'll start to see those increases in formula funds start flowing. With regard to some of those competitive programs, that also probably depends. The existing programs will probably, I assume that this administration is going to try to get that money out the door, at least the first year of that money out the door pretty quickly, so they can show they've achieved something with this bill. So I would expect us probably over the next few months with some of these existing programs like the low and no emissions bus program, some others, we'll probably see some notices of funding availability from DOT on those that we could apply for. And then what kind of projects will this prioritize? The Biden administration has been very clear that addressing climate change and equity have been their two major goals for the next 4 years, and they want that to sort of seep into every federal program that they do. The Department of Transportation officials, the Secretary, Federal Transit Administrator, and also have added sort of on that. They believe that safety and also modernization will be priorities for them as they use some of this IIJ money and just their regular budgeted money over the next I guess 3 years now of this administration. Next slide, please. So there's a second infrastructure bill that you may have heard about that's sort of moving through the process right now as well. The House has passed its version of it. The president calls it Build Back Better. It's in its current form right now in the House. It's about a $1.75 trillion package that includes what we're calling human infrastructure or soft infrastructure. And as you can see there, childcare, universal pre-K, Medicare expansion, affordable housing, tax credits for green investments, things like that are in this bill. It was passed by the House a couple of weeks ago and hasn't been considered by the Senate yet, will undergo lots of changes in the Senate. A couple of programs in there of interest, I think, for us is one is a $10 billion program that would be administered by the Federal Transit Administration, but also with help from HUD. And it's a competitive grant program. It would be about $2 billion a year over 5 years to help connect transit service and affordable housing. And so that's the idea behind it. Again, FTA will probably be the one administering it, again, with some HUD. That'll be a new program that'll have to be created should this become law. There's also going to be, at least as approved by the House, there's a provision in there that provides a 30% tax credit for the purchase of all electric commercial vehicles, but including buses and things like that as well. And for public entities who might not, who are tax exempt, that can be used in the form of a rebate from the IRS that the agency would get for the purchase of those electric buses. I guess the hope is that the electric bus manufacturers don't just automatically increase their prices by 30%, and that we can kind of try to start to reduce that delta between the price of a diesel or compressed natural gas bus and the electric bus. So as I mentioned, the House approved the Build Back Better a couple of weeks ago. It's going to undergo some significant changes in the Senate. I would be surprised if we got something done by the end of the year on this. I would think maybe January or February might be a more realistic goal, but Senate Democrats are trying to get something done in the next month or so on this and get it to a vote before the Christmas holidays. Again, I'm not certain that that'll happen. So that's all I had with those two infrastructure plans. One other thing I mentioned to Brittany this morning, I just saw it this morning, and this is not in the memo that I included, but has to do with mask mandates. Apparently the president is going to announce, or maybe he has announced today, that the mask mandate for transportation, public transportation, airplanes, and that sort of thing is going to be extended through May 18th, 2022. I think it was scheduled to expire somewhere in January. That's been expended to May 18th. So that's all I had. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have had about this or anything else that you, transportation wise, that that you'd like some updates on.
Thanks, Chris. Do you have any questions from my board? No? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next item, which is discuss local and regional transportation updates and legislative issues. Director Costa, do you have any updates from RTC?
Thank you.
Paul is returning.
So Paul Ballard is returning as the new interim.
Interim chair. of
Yeah, so they're,
Metro.
yeah, so they're CEO, right. North Central Council of Governments is ongoing efforts to develop the revised 2045 population forecast. And that's going to be used to support the ongoing update of the Mobility 2045 plan. And then an update on final reports for 2021 project tracking initiatives, an introduction of the fiscal year 2022, what related to DCTA. DCTA is the road sidewalk improvements in the city of Denton to connect to the DDTC that was delayed in 2021, so that it'll be in fiscal year 2022. Funds for DCTA for preventative maintenance program for 2022. And the van pool subsidies for DCTA, which the North Central Council of Governments anticipates will not be needed until 2024. And that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ren, do you have any updates?
A few. DCTA attended the APTA conference. A grant award. Grant award is an outstanding achievement. So awards are given for different everything from safety operations, area marketing, and advertising. DCTA was recognized out of all of the one of each category, small, medium, and large, and those always going to be by board chair Molina, acknowledgement of level of expertise, professionalism, with staff those conferences are incredibly important. We have administrators, we have CEOs, board members from all over that time spent together helped shape not only strategy, but the presence, the investment. And when we start talking about these access, these funding opportunities, competitive grants, when they're submitted, it always helps when there's acknowledgement from folks in Washington, D.C., know that we can contribute we also have a track record of delivering. As we think about going through our strategic workshop, the process of outlining all of those capital programs.
Cesar, we're not hearing anything.
We're gonna overlap that with these competitive grants so that we can see what funding opportunities are associated with some of these projects. But that was a really key acknowledgement for us, and it was well attended throughout the agencies across the U.S. Castle Hills is still on schedule for DCTA deploy on the 19th. We attended their annexation celebration, and we had a lot of folks coming up to the booth that were really excited about the Go Zone service. And then lastly, with regard to Corinth, we did receive a letter from the city manager's office. We will be putting that on the agenda for January to give the board a briefing on what Corinth is doing with their project, some of the preparatory work that's already been done with engineering firms, and we'll talk, hopefully do an in-depth briefing on Corinth. So as we contemplate life at our strategic workshop, you'll have the latest and greatest about Corinth. That's all I have. That's exciting news about Corinth. Yeah. And great news about DCTA and our Adley Award. Outstanding. Information reports, they're in your packet from pages 120 through 175. Does anybody have anything they want to talk or discuss on those information reports? If not, future agenda items, board member requests, anything from the board?
I did have something briefly.
Yes, Vice Chair.
And maybe this goes into the workshop or whatever, but we did about a year ago, we had that A-train optimization study. We looked at the PTC improvements. We've got, of course, that letter from Corinth. And I've talked with their city manager as well as their mayor. I understand where they're coming from. Would like to see the status of that study. I don't know if it actually ever got sent or given to us, but again, my mind is failing, so it's okay. But would love to see that optimization if we can bring that back. Because I want to start talking about how we increase frequencies on the train. Whatever it takes. I mean, we know what DART is 15-minute headways on their line. My understanding is we can't get below 20 minutes with the bridge. So I need to figure out, what we got to do to get to the optimal time that we can get to. The less that syncs with DART, the less relevant it is to our residents. So whatever we can do to work forward, I think we need to really, with this influx of funds, we need to have those projects available and ready to go. That's all.
Okay, anything else from other board members? If not, our next meeting is January 22nd.
I could, excuse me, sorry.
Yes.
I just wanted to call out one item included in informational reports. It's on page 134 of your packet. It is an exhibit within the budget transfer memo, but it is the final trip allocation for FY22 based on the updated FY21 sales tax collections. So that's just taking the board approved budget amount and allocating that out by each member city based on that final sales tax that we did receive in the month of November related to FY21 sales. So, so we will be communicating that out to member cities for them to use for the next call for projects. So I just wanted to specifically call that one out because it stands out a little bit in terms of our kind of standard budget revisions.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
just a couple of items on community interest. The city of Highland Village will be celebrating Christmas at the ranch, Doubletree Ranch, on Saturday, December 11th from 10 to 2. And recognition, Mass Transit announces 40 under 40, a list of 2021. Brittany, Director of Government Relations, is named as one of Mass Transit's annual 40 under 40 honorees. The evaluation committee read more than 150 nominations from this round of awards. Criteria for selection included such things as job commitment, industry involvement and contribution, achievement in his or her position, and innovation in his or her field. The evaluation process resulted in a group of young professionals who represent a diverse cross-section of skills and disciplines required to make this industry what it is. Congratulations, Brittany.
And that was Brittany too? Oh, that's right. Congratulations. Brittany. Nicely done. All right, if we have nothing else, we do have one executive session item left. Committee, so we will close, I will close the regular meeting at 4:43 p.m. That concludes our regular meeting. Does the board need a bio break for a few minutes? 5 minutes. All right, 5-minute bio break. We'll come back and executive.
Go ahead and read the executive session language. Let the public know that after executive session, if any action needs to be taken, we'll come back out. Otherwise, open session. We'll announce.
We'll announce it come out of no matter what. Okay.
So I go ahead and read it.
So, okay, pursuant to Texas Government Section 551.0415, the Board of Directors may report on the following items. Okay. Authorize, okay, here we go. And authorize the, by Section 551.074 of Texas Government Code, the Board of Directors may be convenient to close executive session for the purpose of discussing the duties and evaluations of the Chief Executive Officer. We'll close into executive session at 4:44. Take a 5-minute break and reconvene